Man, are you ready for this? You can feel the calm before the storm as the round begins. This is gonna be a match to remember. This battle is about to explode. Final KO!
Go. Hello everyone and welcome to Battle for the Den. This is season 4, episode 16, yeah 16. And we're playing Rivals 2 tonight and I'm joined by CyberHex and I forgot to give them the camera. Yeah, it's in the pinned. It's in the pinned of the staff chat. It should be camera 2 in the pinned. And everyone's starting their match despite the fact that I didn't call for winners round 2. But yeah, we're trying to figure out as well how the game can work, because obviously I'm still streaming the game from my Steam Deck. So we're trying to figure out how this is all going to work. So we're sorry chat, it takes a little bit of time. But yeah, we'll see.
I think I joined the OBS page, but it's being a little wonky right now. Unless it's supposed to just be me in the room.
Yeah, it's supposed to be just you.
Okay.
But yeah, you should. Your picture should start appearing now. Did you go to camera 2?
I didn't see a button for that.
There's a link for camera 2 and there's a link for camera 1. Sorry, chat. This is setup. It takes setup. Okay.
Oh, there it is.
Oh. Nice. Okay, so we should be good. I should have the lobby set up as well. And yeah, we should be all right now. We're all set. Took some time, chat. Sorry, please let us know, by the way, if the sound is good or anything. Please let us know. Yeah, and apparently we already have a game crash. This is a beta, chat. Do not worry.
Incredible.
Now let me check as well. I should also have the correct. Yeah. We've got some nice bitrate, chat.
Trying to see if I can
Yeah, it's on YouTube. I think I posted it in the thing. But yeah, it took a bit of setup. But we're there. Sorry about that, chat. You know how it is wonky. At least it feels like a beta, you know? It feels like a beta.
It takes a bit of messing around with it, but once you figure it out, it's honestly surprisingly effective, all things considered. There's definitely been some issues with being mostly affected, like with other players, at least in North America. I feel like I'm seeing a lot more like West Coasters having issues with Coasters, players. But
Yeah.
I guess it probably wouldn't be, because I think the issue is that like the quote unquote Midwest North America is really like close to the East Coast. So it goes to
Yeah,
connecting towards like 25% across the country and 30% like right down the middle. But,
Okay.
we have a matchup.
Well, we're supposed to have one, but right now the game is not cooperating. Apparently the Steam link is not working. So yeah, but yeah, let's talk a little bit about the... Well, first off, let's talk about that Matcherino that is currently up for the event. You know, completely shifting the subject. We have currently a $50 Matcherino. And you can contribute right now to the Matcherino and help the players, help the community by typing in !Matcherino in the chat, following the link, and then going there and then donate. Even a single dollar can help. So yeah, feel free to go there and help the community. But yeah, let's try and look at the bracket when we are trying to fix the issues. And there's a bracket on screen right now. We've got some nice players right now. I think it might not even be refreshed. Give me a second, chat.
Look accurate.
Yeah, I think no. We've got the right bracket. We're good, chat.
Apparently I'm a little tired right now, but I'll try my best to talk a little bit louder.
Oh, okay, good to know. I'll raise the volume on my end.
Thank you.
Is that how? Yeah, this way. Okay, I double. Okay, and we seem to have a match, but yeah, we've got a very nice bracket tonight of some of the best rivals players in the continent. On the continent, we've got Fire Icy, Vaporon, the Fireless Rukon, Bleb, Cat is also there. And yeah, it seems like we've got our first matchup of the night with Nailax versus Giant Crustacean.
We have the two new characters potentially showing up as well. Love to see it.
Yeah, it should be a Fleet versus Loxodont matchup. Now, here's the thing, chat. As a reminder, Rivals 2 is in beta right now, so it is changing quite a bit. And we've got, how to put it? We've had a lot of changes during this patch. Like, if you remember, if you didn't know, like Rivals 2 obviously still in beta, very early in development. We already went through, I believe, 2 public betas in terms of online betas.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so there was a quote-unquote 1% patch for the Server Slam where they had 1% of the backers play. That was in April, and then we've had 2 betas with every backer available.
Yeah.
This is the 3rd public beta, so
Yeah.
big changes coming with every single one of these patches, since obviously the devs are really hard at work trying to fine-tune everything while also slowly putting new content into the game. It is really cool to see. Like, obviously, you know, the balance changes are going to be the first thing in everyone's mind, but I think it's also really cool seeing the broader game come together with like the beta implementation of the progression features and all that good stuff, and like the replays now have a green screen mode like in Rivals 1, so you can get like flashier combo video edits and that kind of stuff.
Yeah, and it would seem like we are getting ready to go with, as I said, Giant Crustacean versus Nailax. I think they are still doing, yeah, and they are doing the bans. And I believe Giant Crustacean is actually switching to Crag for this tournament. So yeah, these first 2 matches are going to be first to 2. Just so you know, and our top 6 is going to be full first to 3. There is a whole stage banning process and everything. The usual stuff that you see in platform fighters. And yeah, I think we're gonna have a good time during this tournament, honestly.
Would love to see it. So, what people were saying about Crag Fleet, it's definitely a weird matchup, because this is like 2 of the most long-range oriented characters, like projectile-oriented characters in the game right now.
Yeah.
Kind of more of the heavyweight kind of brawler, as is like other trait with Fleet being more of a mobility glass cannon character. There's lots of cool movement packages and Fleets use. with, you know, like float cancels, but especially edge cancels with the upbeat and the downbeat. Like, you know, character has a surprising amount of movement utility if you're willing to put in the time to work on it and practice it.
Yeah. Sorry, Chow, I'm doing TO stuff in the background as well. You know how it is. Always takes a little bit of time.
It's I used to do a lot of like TOing and commentating and streaming, and it's like I couldn't keep doing it. Eventually, I had to be like, all right, I'm just streaming and like maybe TOing. It's one or the other each bracket. Actually, pull the patch notes back up because I did skim them. There are a surprising amount of patch notes for this one, way more than I expected. Lots of system changes, but I don't think they're quite as drastic as what we saw last time.
Yeah, but even then, I believe we saw some adjustments, most notably to crouch canceling. So maybe we'll have a little bit of a less defensive game plan on that front, just because crouch canceling is going to be much less powerful. It would seem like we are just good to go.
There you go. And going to Merchant Port to start. I forget if they changed the name. I know they changed the name of a couple stages, but I think Merchant Port is still Merchant Port. Possibly.
Yeah, well, I'll also prepare the next match on stream and just...
Alright. Team Crustacean. Oh, never mind. Getting back on stage, trying to flip the situation here. Very even percents, but Hag's on a character where you really want to be at even percents. He's got so many ways to just instantaneously kill you, and it is very hard to kill Hag in this game. Especially with like the meta being so new, I feel like people are not, at least for me personally, I'm not nearly as comfortable casting him on killer in this game as I am in Rivals 1. Well, that was almost really sick, hitting Crustacean into the side B. Didn't really get a huge combo off of it, but I'd love to see more stuff like that in the future. Kind of like what Abs and Eliana can do with their set play in the first game, and that up air. Me killing Fleet incredibly early with her being so floaty and light.
Absolutely. Trying to follow at the same time. This is so hard. I'm not used to that many people in the bracket chat. You gotta understand. Usually we do like a 5 people round robin and that's about it.
Ah, gotcha. People are very excited for Rivals 2. So, looking on the up and up, and not there. Fleet there is so evil. It kills way earlier than you would expect it to for like how wimpy it kind of feels on hit sometimes. But we have Nelax off stage. This could be a big opportunity for Crustacean to even up the game again. And there we go, that down B's gonna do it. Trying to be really careful here, doing his best to keep Nelax off stage as long as possible. That is going to be the name of the game for both these characters in some regards. I think especially for Cat, there's a lot more of like a kind of tried and true strategy when it comes to how to do ledge traps and tag. That's still going to work pretty well in this game, even with the ledges. Going up there, I feel like if there could have been an up strong there, that might have sealed it, but very even percents right now. Things are way too even right now. This really could go anyone's game. Nelax off stage right now. And no, misses the up strong. Or doesn't go for the up strong rather, and Nelax is going to be able to get an up strong of his own and seal the deal for game 1.
Yeah, and just like that, I've completely missed game 1. The perks of TOing, everyone. But yeah,
Happy sometimes.
Yeah, one change I really like in this build as well is that now you can actually have the victory screen on the stage that you just fought on.
Yeah.
And that is a really nice like quality of life. Bleb is saying that you're still low. I think you're at max.
It's a great little presentation thing that you know, honestly, a lot of other plat fighters don't do that.
Yeah.
So I think Aether Studios is surprisingly good at. There's a lot of like little presentation things that are just not seen in other plat fighters that they've been able to implement to both Rivals 1 and Rivals 2.
Yeah, just lots of quality of life improvement. Especially in Rivals 1, because obviously you have the full playtest in the menu. I don't think this is going to really be possible in terms of specs in Rivals 2. Because I don't see how they're going to really fit that in the menu. But just in general, being able to playtest your controls directly in the menu.
Yeah, I hope so. I hope they're able to find a way to do that.
Yeah, even if it's just like a simple Street Fighter 6 display thing. Would be good enough, I think.
Actually pretty good. Or even if it was like Smash, where it like forces you to play like Zetterburn or something, but you can still like play it on the character select screen.
Yep. And the counter pick from Giant Crustacean, from Crustacean Man, is going to be Rockwool. It is a little bit bigger than in the previous game, I will say. It's not as tiny as in Rivals 1, but it's still probably one of the tiniest stages in the game, honestly, in terms of blast zone. I believe.
You're still gonna have those situations if you're pushed off stage, you're way closer to the blast zone than you want to be. So makes sense. Obviously, the classic Crag counter pick in Rivals 1 as well. So
yeah, all habits die hard. But yeah, so far I do see that Giant Crustacean is kind of doing a pretty good job at just trying to check for Fleet's Tornado. Now, Fleet, we didn't really talk too much about Fleet, but she has this stamina system, which don't get it wrong, by the way. The dice is not RNG, just so you know. It is not RNG. It is just meter, quote unquote. And she can essentially use those stamina points to actually increase the strength of her strong attacks. Now, Fleet in this build, I believe, has been nerfed from the last build. And I believe that's kind of the joke at this point, because I think that's the second time that she's getting... yeah, I think she's getting nerfed every time, but... You know how it is. New character, people don't really know the matchup. She's very mobile, obviously, to an extent, so they kind of nerfed her mobility. But, yeah. Kind of hard to deal with as owner sometimes.
great parry there from Crustacean, turning the situation around, being able to get the first kill of this game, which I think was what kind of did have been last game, is that like it was pretty even for most of the game, but he was just barely behind in terms of taking the stocks. So already seeing that script being flipped is really good if you're Crustacean right now.
Yeah, so far like the full advantage. Also, we've got that F strong that's already going to push Nilax in a precarious situation to recover. Thankfully, we're going to be able to snap that ledge with that up B. And now the zoning game just returns from Nilax, trying to really slow down the pacing from the match. We're finally going to be able to take the kill off of the right side on Nilax's side. And yeah, so far Crustacean just really adapting really well to Nilax's game plan right now. Getting the real, getting some good timings on the parries from the different things that Fleet can just imply. And yeah, we've got a back here. Going to go for the up air. Going to, yeah, just prevent Nilax from landing, you know. Eventually one of these gotta land, and it was the time.
Mm-hmm. Your Crag up air did get nerfed pretty hard in, you know, like I think after Genesis, like before the betas even happened, but still a very good move in his toolkit, gonna help him get a lot of kills, especially on a character like Fleet.
Yeah. One thing I will note as well, we're seeing a very traditional Crag. We're not seeing the kind of gameplay that ZB was providing at Genesis, most notably, with all the grabs. We're seeing a very traditional playing Crag, like very Rivals 1E to an extent, so far from Crustacean.
Sure.
Also, the edge guard was very Rivals 1E, we'll say. Obviously, the problem in Rivals 2 is that you don't get wall jump after going to Special Fall. So that's something you always gotta consider. But Crustacean able to actually get a very nice stock here in order to secure the 1-1.
Yeah, massive fair there to seal out that game number 2. Now, Nilax does have the counter pick here, though. In Rivals 1, at least, I'm not sure if that's really still true in this game, but in Rivals 1, Crag doesn't really have a bad stage. So counter picking him is really hard. Definitely makes me wonder what Nalax could have up his sleeve right now. Because like a smaller stage could work in theory, but Crag is between these two characters, I would say the one that usually prefers to be playing like up close and scrappy with his higher damage output
True.
and like presumably better frame data.
True. Also, one thing to note, we do have DSR in this tournament to try and incite for like stage variety on stream, most notably, because obviously this is a new game. We do want that stage variety to an extent.
Mm-hmm.
So what you're going to see is that obviously you can't go back to the stage you won on. So we can't go back to I believe it was Merchant Port.
Merchant, yeah.
Yeah, Merchant Port.
We're doing.
And so we're going to Godai Delta, which is a very neutral stage. If you know, if you play Smash Brothers, you know Pokemon Stadium. That kind of layout. Usually, honestly, a pretty neutral layout for different characters.
Yeah. And I feel like compared to at least like most of my Smash experiences in 4 and Ultimate especially, I feel like honestly the stage being a bit smaller comparatively than PS2 does help out quite a lot, making it like a really good just all-arounder pick.
Now, is it really smaller or is it just that Crack is bigger? That's the real question.
Yeah, it definitely strikes me as being a bit smaller than like PS2 or even Forest Floor in Rivals 1, which is like also a longer stage than it kind of looks like.
Yeah. But yeah, I will say so far, it is looking very even. Honestly, this is a very evenly matched game. I'm kind of surprised because I didn't know too much about Crustacean going into this. Obviously, we knew Nalax very well from the different results that it has been doing both in Rivals 1 and also the previous betas of Rivals 2, because we've also had like a couple tournaments on the previous betas. And yeah, Crustacean is defending very well so far. However, he is going to get blocked by his own pillar here.
Yeah, I'm personally not familiar with either of these two players. It's pretty interesting to see. Also, especially from Crustacean, like a very fundamental normals-based Crag, as you mentioned earlier. And we're seeing a bit of the side B traps and stuff like come out from Nalax, but definitely a bit more conservative than some other key players I've seen. Not that that's a bad thing.
Yeah, but at the same time, I feel like Crustacean could use a little bit more rock, like that, because rock is just the best projectile in the game, technically. Got a lot of priority. It does have only one hit of durability, and then you send back the shards, but those shards, when used right by Crack, can be so devastating. So I kind of want to see Crustacean use just a little bit more rock in general.
Yeah, I would, like, my, just like theory crafting about this matchup, I don't know much about it in practice, but I would think that rock would be really important for, like, breaking through fleet stoning.
Yeah, I feel so, honestly.
Obviously, Crag would need more setup time for it, but rock is going to be, like, a stronger, like, higher priority projectile than anything fleet's got, so you substitute a bit of that speed with your range until you're able to get in and, like, pressure her in the more, like, grappler style that they're trying to push Crag into in this game.
Absolutely, it is definitely more grappler style, more Bowser style to an extent, like a little bit of a slower Crag compared to Rivals 1, but definitely with his own fair share of like cargo throw and stuff like that. So it's very interesting to see Crag, you know, develop into kind of a new archetype for Rivals in general, in fact.
Yeah, like some of the highest placing Crags I've seen that aren't Rivals 1 players are PMDK players. So,
fair enough.
Which shouldn't be very surprising, really.
Yeah,
this
and
guy
PM
definitely has a lot of traits from.
And DK and PM is very good, from what I hear.
Yeah, I think he got nerfed in the recent patch, but so did like a lot of characters. So I don't know how he's gonna hold up in the long term, but
yeah,
better than you would expect for a really long time.
Yep. But yeah, so far, Nalax still with a full stock lead, by the way. And really trying to keep Crustacean off of that stage as much as possible. He's going to be able to come back here. But still, 125%. I don't know if this is actually kill percent, honestly, against Fleet for Crag at this point. Because I feel like Fleet sometimes has a little bit of difficulty killing. Or you can just Ledgehog, I guess.
With the Ledgehog, that is going to seal the deal. Nalax moving on in winners, and Crustacean dropping down to losers.
But yeah, nice, very nice. Yeah, okay, I was about to say the camera is not loading back. Takes a bit.
Like that?
Yeah, it do be like that sometimes. I'm just going to try and do this, and this is good. Should help. But yeah.
Hey.
Crustacean now preparing for the losers run, as we are going to move on to the next match of the day, which I will get set up in just a bit.
what are we looking at here? Do you have players in mind for this one?
Yeah, it would be Blev versus Cats.
Alrighty.
I'm just curious if the lobby link is still working.
You can use lobby links if you want. It's definitely like a viable option.
Yeah, I'm just saying the lobby link from this lobby.
Oh,
I mean, we'll try.
in previous builds, I would make a lobby, like a new lobby every time, but maybe.
Yeah, that's fair. It is technically on the Amsterdam server. We'll see how it goes. If it doesn't work, we'll go back to just creating the lobby. It's fine.
Yeah.
But we're also here to test things. Like, it is a beta.
Yeah, obviously being able to just play the game and, you know, let the devs know what's kind of wrong, what needs to be improved. I know they have been working to improve the netcode, which I'm very happy to see.
Yeah, netcode. We've got some new servers as well.
Have you found, like, does it still show you the server list? Like, have you been able to find that? Because when I was playing earlier, I wasn't able to find one, which is kind of weird.
No, okay. The game returned back to menu when I think they tried to join.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Fair enough. That is fair enough. So let's just create another lobby. Yeah, let me just set that up real quick.
Alrighty. Yeah, so, not sure what characters we've seen. I assume Cats is probably still playing Claren. Which I will certainly have a lot to talk about, because that's who I've been primarily playing.
Yeah, I don't know. Indeed, Cats is on Claren right now, and Blev is on Maple.
Interesting. Yeah, because I thought I saw that in the bracket overlay you had earlier. Though I just have this thing in my mind where, like, if I know someone primarily for playing a heavy, I'm like, okay, they're definitely gonna be playing a heavy in like everything.
Yeah, that's fair.
That always happens, but like it's surprisingly common. I feel like a lot of heavy players like their big characters. So I was kind of expecting a Loxodon or maybe a Crag.
Yeah, but yeah, nice going calling me out on my pick for Loxodons. Because I was playing Endless.
Yeah, see, that's exactly what I think. Like, we're playing Endless, okay, maybe Crag probably Loxodon, to be honest. Like, I know one of my friends who's an Endless player who's been playing Loxodon. Like, it's all too common.
Yeah.
I get it, though.
Yeah. Well, I'll say as well, though, it's very nice to see Maple, because Maple is not too much represented too much in Europe, honestly. It's not the character you get to see too often in Europe.
To be fair, I feel like there hasn't been a lot of Maple in North America either. There has been a weird amount of, like, there's a lot of quote-unquote top players that have been playing Maple. But, like, when I streamed Rivals Recess Major, which was the biggest North America bracket, I think it was just the biggest bracket period in the first beta weekend, I saw, like, one Maple player, I think, maybe two Maple players on stream for the whole bracket. I think it was just one, and it was, like, in pools. I don't even know if she made it out of pools, but she might have gotten like 17 or something, I'm not sure.
Yeah, to be fair, I do think Maple is pretty good. She's got a lot of potential, but she's probably the most technical character in this beta.
Like, yeah, that sounds pretty accurate. I know a lot of people think she's the best character right now. And we still do have, you know, like, former Rivals 1 players, like Elfie has still been playing her. I know that Rivals 2 is going to be a side event in CEO tomorrow.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure I'll be going to that.
Yeah, I'm very much looking forward to watching the top 4 at CEO tomorrow. I still needed to watch as well BAM in Australia to see how they did. Because I was very curious of how the Australian scene's doing as well.
I haven't actually heard too much from Australia. I've seen a little bit from Europe. It was really cool seeing Boss Hog come over for Gommel.
Yep.
And just, like, pairing up that bracket.
Yeah, that really was so good. I got to cast that in French. This was just wonderful, a wonderful time.
Yeah.
Cats is asking for the stage list. Give me a second.
So I know Maple, if you wrap someone with Lily, it tends to be slower now. It's distant dependent. Would they finally try to make dash attack more consistent? Maybe? I'm not sure. I'm not sure if this is a good thing or not. That's been like so Maple's another character I've been playing a lot in Rivals 2. As like a potential secondary. So I like having a secondary main. That said, I have been so frustrated Chinese Maple dash attack because it's like really hard to get both hits to connect properly. So if they fix that, I'm going to be a very happy person.
Yeah. But yeah, I'm very much looking forward to all that gameplay. Also, one thing I will just throw out real quick while we wait for the match. If you're hearing the music right now that is on stream for the lobby and everything, those are in the Resonant Mixes albums that were made by Resoforce, which is Flashy Goodness' group essentially, who's now still making the music for Rivals 2. And those are some very nice remixes, I will say. Okay, someone joined.
Cameo.
Yeah, quick
Oh, there you
cameo.
go.
Yeah, here we go.
I keep forgetting this is a starter, because this stage does not feel like starter material to me at all.
That is fair. To be fair, Rivals does have quite a few like atypical stage layouts. Hyperborean, but yeah.
At least in Rivals 1, like the starters do tend to feel like the most conventional stages outside of like maybe Merchant.
True, but we also have more stages in Rivals 1, just in general, more
That's
layouts.
fair, yeah. But still, this stage being a starter messing me up. I'm pretty sure it's the smallest stage in the game.
Yeah, it's very reminiscent of PM Grinhill.
Yeah.
But yeah, so far Cat's just making sure to lock down that ledge and immediately shoving Blemimic right to the right.
Yeah, we kind of saw a bit of a slugfest right there. Both players pressing a lot of buttons, trying to just like get the other one off stage as often as possible. And to be fair, when Claren is on screen, that definitely makes a lot of sense. She's still got really good edge guarding. She still has a pretty lackluster recovery. So both players are going to get a lot of mileage out of the other being off stage.
Yeah. Okay. And now we have Lev trying to just set up the usual Maple pressure, setting up the Lily. Just like in Rivals 1, she's still there, but obviously Maple now has some new tools as well to go with, you know, the new grab system, the new special system, which is really nice to see. So some new plans. I wonder if we're actually going to see them in this match, but so far Bleb is just playing a very, very rushed down Maple so far.
Yeah, if we see any grabs and Cats isn't ready for it, we could definitely be seeing some Poppy come out. There's a little bit of Terry just in case.
Yeah.
Terry's the weird one. I still haven't really figured out how you're supposed to use Terry. I've heard a few things, but
Terry's the one on Pummel, right?
No, Terry's
No,
the
it's
ledge
the ledge
special.
one, yeah.
Poppy's the
Poppy,
cat special.
Yeah, Poppy's Pummel, right?
Yeah, no Poppy so far, but that is probably my favorite part of Rivals 2 Maple.
Yeah, they're so cute, honestly. Yeah, there it is. And now the big thing is, now that the Poppy is on Cats, throwing a C would actually shove Cats back into Bleb for some fancy combos. It's a very interesting mechanic to have, honestly.
Massive punish. Oh, and getting pulled into the Lily right there. That's going to be game one going to Bleb. Things were looking kind of rough at first, but you saw, you know, with Poppy, you're able to get some insane combos. Bleb was able to get like 70% off of that.
Yeah, that's the big thing. It's the setup. It's the whole setup, honestly. That's why
I personally, I love what they did to Maple in this game. I know I said it earlier. I've definitely been like a little kind of like neutral to slightly negative on a lot of the character reappearances, but they really nailed Maple in my opinion.
Yeah, that is fair. I do think Zetterburn does suffer the most overall from being in this new engine in terms of the old characters, in my opinion. Just because he was already like kind of struggling to an extent with the recovery and everything, and now you give him all those restrictions, and he's like okay, now he's just Wolf. Now he's just Wolf with fire.
You would think so. I've definitely seen some really nasty stuff with him, but
Yeah.
like his shield pressure in this game is terrifying if you're able to use Shine effectively like that.
Yeah, that is fair. Like I guess the focus has completely shifted to Shine to an extent compared to Rivals 1.
I wouldn't say completely, but
Yeah.
there's definitely like Shine. I mean, you know, like Shine on shield is just a good thing in every game Shine's in, which puts it in a weird spot in Rivals 1 where there isn't a shield. So like, you can't really use Shine for pressure in quite the same way in the first game, but here that kind of Shine pressure is right at home.
Yeah. Claren's also interesting in this new engine because obviously she kind of wants to be Marth, but she's not quite Marth. She's more like, well, funnily enough, she's more like Lucina in my opinion.
In Rivals 1, I look at her almost like a bit of Marth and Roy, like Marth normals with something closer to Roy play speed or like calm play speed, at least.
Yeah.
Using ult as a comparison, obviously Melee Roy is a bit more of a disaster. But
yeah.
in this game, she does feel like she took her Marth pills a little bit more. Plays a lot more close to what you would expect Marth to play like.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the fact that now everyone has a universal grab means that she kind of she did lost command grab because she doesn't need it anymore.
Hey, listen, surely we can give a Swordy an air grab. Surely nothing would go wrong.
Nothing would go
I
wrong.
think that would be fine, personally.
Just-
But
Yeah, Wolfbrok should have an air grab.
oh no, okay, maybe not that one.
Yeah, fair.
No bias, obviously. But anyway, yeah, that open from there from Bleb using the get up attack. Mabel get up attack is really silly. It has a ton of range and 2 hits, so it can do a lot of damage and still lead into Lily, like what we saw there.
Yep. I mean, so far, ooh, with the jab reset as well. Jab resets weren't in Rivals 1 as well, so this is always very interesting to see all those legacy Rivals players just play a little bit more to like the conventional platform fighter mechanics, like jab resets and stuff. Because it really brings a brand new dynamic to those character matchups.
Yeah, like I know me playing Claren personally has been a lot more of being willing. I already played pretty grounded in Rivals 1, but I've had to really learn to like plant my feet close to the ground and use moves like Bear more often. And focus a lot more on just solely spacing rather than like going for big movement reads and that kind of stuff and use my burst options.
Yeah, not only that, but also I don't think whip lag is technically in this game, so
It's not. No.
yeah, walling opponents with hitboxes is a much more viable strategy overall.
Yeah.
And yeah, Bleb right now is just going to go for that fair and just delete Katz's second stock, finally losing that stock here, but Bleb still has a full stock lead and is not looking too great for the French hero.
You're definitely in dire straits right now. I mean, Claren does have some crazy punishes in this game if you're able to get like grab or pummel special strings going. But ooh, that's going to be it. Cannot make it back from that. Maybe with like air dodge, side B wall jump if he had air dodge still, but I don't know if he did. So.
Yeah. I mean, we're talking about characters that did lose quite a bit from being in the new engine. Claren is, like, her recovery was already a problem to an extent in Rivals 1, very predictable and everything. But my god, in Rivals 2, she gets edge guarded for days.
Yeah, she can. The other thing too is if you parry someone's uppy in this game, they don't get Legend Bone. Which at first, when I was first playing Claren, I'm like, okay, the recovery feels weird. I don't know if I like it, but I think it's pretty good. Because you still have side B wall jump, which not every character has, and her uppy goes pretty fast, so it's a little harder to react to. And then Plastic Dinos was like, no, you just parry it and you hit her, and it's free. And I'm like, oh. He thinks her recovery might be worse in this game than it was in Rivals 1, which is kind of depressing, but time will tell, I suppose.
Yeah, I mean, again, we're still in day minus, like, what? 100? Like, 200?
Like, yeah, 140, something like that. 144, I don't know, random numbers.
Yeah,
but,
obviously we don't know when the game's coming out, really. And again, it's also Dan, like, let's be honest, it's also Dan. He says winter. Do we really believe the game's coming in winter?
I'm actually pretty confident they are going to stick
Yeah.
to their release schedule this time around, but I will admit I wouldn't be that surprised if things get delayed again. But just like seeing how things have been going with the studio, it definitely feels like literally all of their focus is just, okay, we're gonna polish this as much as possible and we're gonna get this game out in like November, December. It's like that's what I'm kind of getting from, you know, like the way that I've heard devs and like friends of the devs talk about. So it'll be interesting for sure. Like obviously for a while I was like, okay, I'm not sure about how I feel about the direction they're going with the game, and it seems like they're really dead set on a lot of these system mechanics. I don't know how big a system change we're gonna see, but they actually have made really significant system changes every single beta, which has genuinely given me more hope. Like even if I don't agree with every choice, the fact that they're willing to make these big shakeups is, in my opinion, a really good sign for like the future of the game.
Definitely. As we are going to move on to yet another first two. This will be our last first two of the day, chat, by the way. It will be Nailax versus FireIC. Now, obviously, we can't talk about FireIC without mentioning that he's the man to beat in Rivals 1. I don't know how much this translates to Rivals 2, but I mean, he's got the Zetter, he's in Rivals 2, it's fine.
Yeah, and like I said, I honestly think Zetter is still like mid-high tier in this game. Like obviously not the tier 5 too much, but when his Zetter gets going, it is absolutely terrifying. He's probably got the best shield pressure in the game, and which is going to be something that Rivals 1 players have to adapt to, because obviously we don't have shields. The way the scrambles work in Rivals 1 is really, really different. Now, granted, Rivals 2 is really interesting because you can parry out of shield. So, parry does serve as a way to break up those kinds of like scrambles and mindless shield pressure. I've definitely gotten my fair share use out of parrying shine in this game, like more than I do in Rivals 1. But it's still scary to do that, and obviously it's still Rivals parry. You're leaving yourself really open if you do it without thinking. So even if we see that option come out from Nailax, it's going to need to be with at least a little bit of restraint.
Yeah. And so far, like, obviously, beginning of the match, we're trying to like figure out a little bit what the other player wants. But one thing I've known to learn with FireIC is that obviously he usually takes only one. He only usually needs one stock to kind of read you out and then like figure out your DI patterns and then just kill you in like seconds.
Yeah, and in this game, I think I did hear somewhere that they might have made DI. They might have changed something regarding DI in this patch to make it a little stronger for the defender, but DI in general is going to be way weaker in this game because there's no drift DI still.
Yeah,
so
you gotta remember that DI was like the only defensive mechanic, quote unquote, from Rivals 1. We had parry, but like, doesn't go very far.
Exactly, that's really what makes Rivals 1 defense so unique, is that a lot of it is like after you get hit you have more options, but you have less options before you get hit. So.
Yeah, very Killer Instinct like in a way.
You know what? Yeah, that's a good point. Makes a lot of sense considering Dan's background.
Yeah. Yeah, FireIC really going for the down strings here, just making sure right now that Nailax cannot land. But so far Nailax is doing a pretty good job as well as you know, wave landing shield back onto the ledge. And I feel like overall Nailax might just be very familiar with the engine at this point as well.
Yeah, we're definitely seeing some like close calls here with the sticky bomb usage. I personally have struggled a lot to use Fleet Sticky Bomb effectively, though we have seen some Fleet players use it very well, just kind of like let it rip as often as they can.
Yeah. And that was a good down strong in order to secure the kill. Onto FireIC, we only have 41% right now on Nailax. It is still very even between the two players. As right now Nailax is just going to have to fall back as FireIC is slowly advancing. The big thing right now is that Nailax really needs to, you know, get an advantage on those edgeguard situations. Like right now I don't feel like he's doing too much to actually bother FireIC on his recoveries.
Yeah, I think Zetter's another character where I feel like I want to say the recovery feels weaker in this game. Definitely has like a lot of characters. It has the newer advantage of being faster, so it's a lot harder to you know, like react to where he's going and like cover it on reaction. But the fact that he can't air dodge out of its startup anymore and stuff like that does limit it quite a bit compared to Rivals 1.
Yeah,
Which is already
absolutely.
really limited, all things considered.
Yeah. But at the same time, you can also see, like, quote-unquote, the legacy skills from Rivals 1 coming in from Fire IT, in that Nelax really isn't getting too much off of his openings right now. Feels like. It's a lot of stray hits, and then Fire IT kind of managed to weave out with DI, it feels like.
Yeah, definitely true. Again, I don't know what Nalax's background is in terms of platform fighters and fighting games in general,
Yeah,
but
Still pretty strong, like, Rivals player overall. Not in the top of Europe, but still pretty solid, honestly.
gotcha. I feel like even if the punishes from Nalax haven't been anything too crazy, the zoning has been really consistent. It's been incredibly hard for Fire AC to actually get in and land his hits. Which is definitely what you want from a more tricky zoning type of character like Fleet.
Yep. Sorry, have to prepare also the next match in the background.
All good. So, Mir, Fire AC is in a really bad spot right now.
Yeah, we're
Nalax
just
has
completely
moved
locked down, and yeah, obviously the ledge was just fully taken here. Then taking like permanent residence on that ledge. He's the landlord. You're not passing through.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, exactly what we were saying, honestly, about Zeraburn. Just very exploitable recovery, obviously. So it can be kind of hard for the Fire Lion to actually come back. Especially, I feel, against characters like Fleet, who have some very good edgeguard tools, just in general.
Yeah,
Very
Fleet's
good.
got a ton to work with, and the fact that you have a projectile spike on top of it is, like, kind of ridiculous.
But yeah, as I believe, yeah, the bans are still maybe going on. There might be a lot of thought, honestly, in these bans. Like, again, there is quite a lot at stake right now on this tournament, because there is our match Reno right now. So I wouldn't be surprised that the contestants right now are really thinking hard about this.
Ooh. Alright, goodbye forever, Fire AC.
Okay. Give me a second, I'll have to make a new lobby then. Just do that. Yeah, because clearly we cannot reuse the lobbies, so we kind of have to create a new lobby. But yeah, Fire IC apparently crashed. Again, chat, this is a beta. So things will happen.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely been some random bugs and whatnot with the lobbies, and it could, but we'll have to see if things, you know, broadly feel like they're improved over the course of the weekend.
Absolutely. I do actually want to hear from the regions that didn't really have that many servers to begin with in the previous betas. Most notably, I think there was like a focus on South America. I'm very curious to hear their feedback.
Yeah, that's a good point, honestly. And, like, I've definitely been curious to see if, like, you know, North America to Latin America connections can be better in Rivals 2. Because, like, as is, I do allow Central America in my brackets. I'd love to be able to, you know, open that up even potentially more if the netcode allows it. I don't really think it will in the long term, but if it does, I think it'd be really cool to see that, like, cross-continental competition in
Yeah.
the game.
I mean, we did try to have like a crew battle between France and Canada, but the problem obviously is that the server is either in France or in Canada, so one of the two sides is going to be
Yeah.
heavily disadvantaged, which is kind of the drawback of, you know, server-based gameplay. And yeah, we're back in. Don't worry, chat, nothing happened.
Okay. So yeah, we're seeing again Nalax getting picked to Rockwall. Probably trying to hopefully just kill Fleet a little bit earlier, really double down on the potential for the kill power here from Zetterburn.
Yeah, to be fair, Fleet is a very light character.
Yeah, super light. Don't know the exact race stats in this game like I do in Rivals 1, but, you know,
Ooh, and look at Fire Icy getting fancy, finding the shine and also transferring the bomb to Nailax. Because that is one of the perks that you can get from charging the arrows with the stamina on Fleet, is getting that little bomb that's detonating on a delay onto the opponent. But the opponent can stick it onto you if they hit you, and then get some fancy combos.
Yeah, I've definitely, that's the main thing in the sticky bomb that I think has like messed with my head. So part of it's the charges, but part of it's also like the transfer on top of it. It's like, it's definitely cool to be able, I like how Rivals generally lets you use your opponent's mechanics against them. Or at least it does with like zoning based characters, but it is tough for Fleet to take full advantage of that sometimes, because there's a lot that can go wrong when you use your sticky bombs.
Yeah, and this is exactly what we were saying as well about edge guarding. That down air from Fleet is very deadly to characters like Crag, who really don't have that many options to actually get back to the stage. And again, especially in this game where they kind of have to snap ledge, makes them very predictable.
And I might be wrong too, but in Rivals 1, Zetterburn can generally break projectiles while moving with up B. He can't in this game, so that just makes that down air even stronger. Like, Zetterburn just cannot get past it if the Fleet aims properly. And those nairs, there's kinds of like, you know, Peach and Palm frames come out, which is the float nair being so strong for the character.
Yeah, and honestly right now, I feel like Fire Icy might not be completely in his element yet in this game, honestly. Which is very interesting to see. I know that Nailax obviously has played a lot of Rivals 2 during the previous betas. I don't know how much Fire Icy has had time to really play the beta. And also, one little thing about Fire Icy is that obviously he's in, I believe, Norway. So that would be a little bit far further to the servers, to the Azure servers than Nailax, who's literally in France.
Look pretty good, but I have no idea how accurate they are to like how it feels for the players.
Yeah, but I think now there's like the server in Amsterdam, which would help a lot. But yeah, obviously I'm not too sure about that. Yeah, Nailax trying to snipe Fire Icy on the jump here. But Fire Icy right now mounting a comeback based with up airs. Almost getting Nailax off the top of this, but like it's still early percentage, and yeah, Nailax is just gonna come down there and get his law done.
Yeah, it is a lot harder to kill off the top in this game compared to Rivals 1, and Zetterburn's one of the characters that like to kill off the top the most, so we really saw that at the end. Like, the punish from Fire Icy on that last stock was genuinely really good, but there was just so much, like, that was so much percent to come back from, and just couldn't quite pull it off in time to be able to salvage that game. So Nailax going to be moving on to fight Atron, it looks like.
Yeah, and that is quite the upset, honestly. Nailax taking it over Fire Icy. That is quite the notable upset.
Yep. And that's what these betas are going to bring, all these kinds of just wacky set counts and upsets. Things that you might not expect to see normally. Because obviously both players and even the devs are still trying to figure out exactly what the deal with this game is.
Yeah, absolutely. We're still trying to figure out essentially where the game is going, all together as a community. But that does mean we are out of first to 2 territory, and now we are going to get in top 6 with some winner semis action.
You would love to see it.
And not only that, we've got a classic matchup already coming up in Yukon versus Bleb. We've seen that that matchup so many times in RCS. I can't count anymore how many times we've seen that matchup. But obviously this is a new game, so
New
dynamics
and new characters for both these players as well.
Absolutely, yeah.
So, you know, we still got a little bit more time before we see Orcane in this game. But in the meantime, I'm sure Rana will do just fine. There's been a lot of Ranas, at least in North America, that have been seeing some pretty good success with the character.
Yep. As the players are going to get ready. I'm also going to look at the bracket progression in the meantime.
Yeah, I think this was actually grand finals for Rivals 2 at Combo Breaker. I forget who the Meeple was a melee player, I'm forgetting the tag, and Donna was Lucius. So seeing the bit of this matchup played at like, you know, kind of its quote-unquote peak at the moment. These can get very hectic between these two characters, though Rano is a lot more capable of using needles to slow the game down compared to Meeple. So I would not be too surprised to see any of that from Kong coming out as well. I'm also kind of curious what kind of stages we're going to see here. Because while these two characters can still move really well in this game, I do feel like Meeple's movement in this game has been way more restricted compared to Rano's. Obviously, her ground speed is still phenomenal, but I would say that Rano gets a little more out of wave dashing. You have easier potential for edge cancels with your uppy. A lot of Ranos have been combining stuff like B-Reverse and Needle Boost just to get like some crazy momentum going. Meeple can still use B-Reverse with Seed really well, which has been a really fun part of the character to explore that isn't there in Rivals 1. But I think that Rano in general, like, even if Meeple's faster, Rano's got more well-rounded movement, which can make certain stages, potentially I'd imagine Triplats in particular, could be really good for Rano here.
Yeah, I feel so as well.
Although I guess Meeple does still have a really good up air, like even with it being nerfed, that up air is going to be terrifying, so maybe Triplats are a bad example.
Fair. Also, yeah, I've just realized there's a Stockholm server now as well.
Cool.
So that's cool.
Yeah, I still don't know if North America got any new servers. Not that we really urgently need them compared to most other regions.
Yeah,
but
that is fair. I think the way this works is actually you get a list of like beacons or something, and then it goes to a server in that beacon.
Oh, maybe.
It might be how it works. I think that's how I read it, like when I was researching the server list yesterday. But yeah, here we go. Our first to three of the day and a winner semi. It's going to be Yukon versus Bleb, and already we've got Bleb at ledge, struggling. But yeah, and one thing you're going to see as well with Rano is using the bubble a lot, because bubble is going to be completely pivotal to his game plan, especially in this game where it's also going to help immensely his recovery. And with Lead Special also spawning a bubble behind him, it kind of prevents some fancy like ledge traps and stuff, because you can just DI into the bubble.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I know I've seen some Rano players say they think bubble is more important for his recovery in this game. I'm pretty sure. Meeple definitely feels like her recovery got hit kind of hard by this game with not being able to do uppercut wall jump anymore. You have to be really mindful of that, and we've definitely seen Bleb be mindful of that so far. Speaking of
that little ledge hog here. Yeah, the timing felt a little bit off, but it still worked out, honestly, for Bleb, so I'm not going to complain. But there's the fair, though. Fair is still a classic on Rano.
No, ever-present part of this character's toolkit and punish game. We're not going to see Rano's wanting to miss out on this fair spike.
Yeah, and already Bleb bringing the Rano back to here. And unfortunately getting caught here by the Lily, and that's going to allow Yukon to get some advantage back here. Really trying to control that center stage on Yukon's side. Trying to zone out a little bit with the seed to try and mark the Rano. And yeah, just a little bit of a shimmy here as well. I love that shimmies are now in this game, I will say. So funny to see shimmies in Rivals. But yeah, good strong here in order to secure the stock on Yukon. Bleb with a pretty nice lead, but obviously Rano's got the confirms that can make it disappear in an instant.
Yeah. Trying trying to get for those jump-ins, but Maple dash attack coming in here. Maybe a lot weaker in this game, but still can come in clutch from time to time. And Bleb managing to make it back without needing to use Tether. Here we go, bubble combo, but not going to lead into the upstrong. Khan's really struggling to find the second kill, just slowly falling behind more and more.
Yeah, but we are going to bring it back to last talk here nonetheless. I still think one good opening overall from Yukon could bring him back into the match, but it is looking very tough as Bleb is very much doing an excellent job at just controlling the main stage. Still, Yukon almost getting something started here, but unfortunately a little bit too low to recover here. And that is going to allow Bleb to get the first game in this first 2-3.
Yep. Looking pretty good right now, all things considered. Just being like, you know, comfortable in the neutral, not getting caught out too hard for most of his options, that kind of stuff. Feel like Yukon's got, you know, some moments where he's shining in the punish game, but in general, like most areas of his play have been falling just a little bit behind Bleb's right now. So he's really going to need to step it up in this next game, keep things a bit more even, and potentially win this set.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out because apparently the connection was a little bit sus apparently.
Gotcha. It does look like there's a pretty big gap, though. I'm not sure.
Yeah, definitely. Like
in here.
I mean, that's the big thing. Bleb is in Romania. I'm not sure what the best option would be.
That's what that was.
Yeah, that's the big thing. And yeah, obviously Yukon is just next to it with being from Norway and everything.
Okay. Yeah, that's definitely a bit of a gap, and most of the servers you've mentioned have been like closer to the west coast of Europe, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
So yeah, a little unfortunate for Bleb right now.
Yeah, I'm not sure how I can swap the server, honestly. I don't think I can.
I haven't found the setting for it either. It's really, even on like the lobby creation screen, it's very bizarre. I'm hoping I'm just missing it, because that would be pretty unfortunate if that feature has been taken out for now.
Yeah.
What happens, I guess. Let me actually just tweet about that, just so I'm not going. Or let me check the patch notes. Server routing technology. Okay, there's.
I mean, it's worth asking in the Discord, honestly.
So funny story. I'm really lazy, and I'm not in the backer channels for Rivals 2. I did just enough to get the game. I only made my Pledge Master account like the week before the first beta. So probably would be better to ask in there though, you're right.
Yeah, let me rehost the lobby real quick. Okay.
Yeah, maybe having Bleb host it would help. Potentially.
Maybe, but again, I can't really join lobbies right now with this setup.
Right. Forgot about that.
Still the problem.
Bummer.
I wish it were more convenient, to use Steam Deck sometimes, but yeah, that's all I got. That is all I got, unfortunately. I need a better PC overall.
Is that struggling to run Rivals 2 or something?
I mean, the problem with my PC is not necessarily running Rivals 2, it's running Rivals 2 and streaming it at the same time.
Okay. Yeah, fair enough.
So even if I was not using the Steam Deck, I would still try to have a separate stream PC.
Yeah.
And that's its own can of worms anyway, so... Also, I believe right now Steam Deck might not be completely optimized for doubles. Which doesn't help.
Probably.
Now we're still in Stockholm, okay. Unfortunately, we're still on the Stockholm server.
Do you know if there's anything else that's like east to that?
I'm not sure actually. There might not be that much in Eastern
Yeah, I'm
Europe.
honest. Like, I genuinely don't know if there's anything that'd be closer, unfortunately. But
Yeah.
again, I don't actually know the server. I just know that before it was like France and somewhere in Northern Europe, I think.
Yeah, might have to ask in the Discord honestly on that one.
Probably. Well, either way, we're jumping back into Godai Delta here. We talked about this earlier. Very even stage. I think that pretty much every character is really comfortable here.
Yeah, absolutely. And already we're seeing Yukon looking a little more comfortable going to the stock. I will say that much.
Yeah.
Just very good movement overall. And just making sure that the Maple doesn't really have anywhere to land for the most part. And you have the down strong. Bleb in a very difficult situation to come in. Able to stab the ledge nonetheless. Able to squeeze by and start mounting his own pressure.
We're trying to see Yukon go for like these 2 frames here. The spacing hasn't quite pinned out yet, but...
Oh, but the SD!
unfortunate.
The SD is very unfortunate here.
Mm-hmm.
And very costly as well. It's not like Rivals 1 where, again, you would be able to like recover from that, but still. We're still going to be able to take the stock pretty quickly nonetheless.
Yeah, I was definitely wondering if I would be able to take the stock quick and keep things pretty even, and seems like he can.
And yeah, so far, just... Yeah, Yukon is going to be able to find, yeah, a very early second stock, it feels like, honestly. I don't know how much of a percentage that was at the beginning of this stock, but it felt very early, I will say that much.
Yeah, I think Bleb had like 17% on him when he took Yukon's first stock. And right now, it's definitely looking like much more extra credits going to be racked up this time around. Which is not good when you're the lighter character. Not good in general, but especially when you're the lighter character.
Yeah.
Ooh, and that's just
That's,
it.
yeah, that's just it. Yukon speedrunning game 2.
Yeah, Bleb really wasn't doing a good job keeping Mark up that game, which I think was the #1 issue.
That is the big thing.
Able to
Yeah, and it's
be
all
more
the
attentive of in this game 3 here.
Yeah, and it's all the more important again that recoveries are just a little bit more limited in this game overall. So you have to keep those marks up on Maple in order to get a decent recovery, otherwise you're just going to get edge guarded all day long.
Yeah, for sure. Like obviously you still don't really want to be recovering with Tether, but I do think that again, the lack of up B wall jump does create a few more sort of checkmate situations than what you would see in Rivals 1 if you don't have Tether.
Yeah.
And also like air dodge having a little more lag also hurts quite a bit, because air dodge pretty much gives you like free height if you really need it. You're not going to get as much of that in this game.
But yeah, I will say Yukon is looking like a completely different man in those games. Like, I am seeing Yukon do extremely well with just the pressure game from the Rano. Just very solid neutral overall. And it's wonderful to see. I did see Bleb, however, trying and mix up the ways that he can get the mark onto Yukon. But yeah, that DI is not gonna be very good, unfortunately. And yeah, Bleb going straight to hell on this one.
Yeah, remembers the mark this time, but forgets the DI. Very unfortunate. But killing again with that down strong. We're seeing him right now. This is looking very similar to game #2. The question is, where's it going to go from here?
Well, at least there's not an SD, you know.
That's true.
So it's improvement, you know.
Yeah,
Okay,
so
we're
far,
setting
right
up.
now, Bleb getting that percent lead and the Poppy on Yukon as well.
Yeah, Poppy's gonna be huge if you can make use of it. Thankfully for Yukon, he's able to shield it, but still a lot of pressure, of mental pressure, you know, from that Poppy.
I feel like the pummel break system in general is going to be like almost a bit of a litmus test for how often someone plays Rivals 2. Because like if you haven't played in a while, it's so easy to just forget to do pummel breaks altogether. But a lot of characters have ridiculously strong special pummels. In this
Yeah,
game.
that's the big thing. I feel like the balance of pummel breaks is like skewed to special pummel, just in general, because the special pummels are so good.
Yeah, I remember what I was told originally was that I think the idea was that you're supposed to get more damage from the normal pummels, but obviously like more potential options from the special pummels. The issue is a lot of the special pummels deal as much or more damage than their normal counterparts.
Yeah.
So they probably unironically should tone the damage down on them less, because usually you get so much more like combos off of them.
Yeah, and there's the edge guard. Yep.
Yeah, a little bit of around the world right there with that edge guard. Bleb going way out there.
Yeah. And Yukon right now just trying to turn the ledge into a prison. Going to have to fall back to the other ledge, however, and going to get hard punished for that tongue attempt. The tongue, obviously, kind of a command grab on Rano. That's going to allow him to put his opponent into the bubble. Very important tool to have, but it is very laggy and very punishable.
Oop, and jumping over that tongue, starting to get a bit of a punish with that Nair starter, but gets special ledge special right there.
Yeah,
Not
and again, Yukon with just the ledge pressure as much as possible. I feel using normals overall for Yukon has been working very well on that ledge. You know, not too overcommitting to the edge guard. Knows that Maple obviously most of the time does not have the tools to actually recover. So you can just afford to be patient, but unfortunately, yeah, we're gonna get clipped right here. And that's gonna be Bleb going up 2-0 right now against Yukon.
Yeah, 2-1, but that's unfortunate. Like, I honestly was kind of shocked Yukon didn't snap to ledge right there, but that down strong was pretty free from Bleb to take game 3. And obviously, you know, this is best of 5. Taking game, or, you know, being the first to go up to the 2 games in a best of 5 is always really important, because you're guaranteed counter pick advantage if things start to go south. So Bleb should still be feeling very comfortable right now, even with that game being the closest of the 3.
Absolutely. And we are now going to Fire Capital for this game 4 as well. A very large stage. I do wonder what the game plan for Yukon is here. Just maybe try to go for a little bit more survivability or something? Not completely sure.
Yeah, I mean, I did mention earlier that I think that Rano has more potential, because of needles mostly, does have more potential to play a little slower and try to shift the game to the pace he wants. And crazy edgeguard right there.
Crazy edgeguard.
Going down with the bears. But now that Yukon has the lead, what I was just saying about using needles to pace the game, that's going to be significantly more true. Because the onus really is on Bleb to approach going forward. And at least in Rivals 1, Fire Capital is the stage you go to when you want to, you know, just like get the lead and win.
Yeah. Just slow down the pace overall of the match.
Exactly.
And again, like, same layout, pretty much the same blast zones as well. Like, this is a huge stage in terms of blast zones, I will say. Especially in this one.
I think it's just the camera playing tricks on me, because it does feel like the stage is shorter in terms of like its width. But again, I think that's just struggling to process like the camera and stuff.
Yeah, to be fair, we were talking as well about like early builds of Rivals 2. And when I was watching the Heatwave tourney, it felt like no one was able to kill on this stage back then.
Honestly, I kind of remember what you're talking about there.
Yeah, but obviously people have gotten better at the game, so know a little bit more of what to do in which situation. So it's gotten a little bit better, but still, it's probably the largest stage in the game. And yeah. Good potential edgeguard situation here for Yukon. Just going for the down strong in order to prevent Bleb. And yeah, we're just going to call out that side B. And that's gonna be it. And Yukon still in the lead.
Yeah, this does feel slightly better for Bleb than it was before, and that down strong gonna put Hukon off stage in a kind of unfortunate spot. This could have been good for Bleb, but the high recovery from Hukon was just a little too hard to cover, so things are starting to spiral a little bit.
Yep. And yeah, right now it really feels like Yukon is literally running away with the lead. However, Bleb going to try and go very far for that Nair. Yukon missing the bubble, unfortunately, here on that tongue, and that's going to allow Bleb to actually finally get the stock. The sky is now red, and now everything is on the line for Bleb.
I do like a lot of the last stock transitions in this game. I do hope they go back and touch this one up at some point. It's really, I don't know why, it just distracts me way more than most of the other ones.
That is
such a, like, I guess too saturated. I always get them mixed up. I think it's just a little too like saturated.
Might be a little bit saturated, and also just the complete color shift from blue to red. It's a little bit drastic, in my opinion.
Either way, whoop, the tongue coming out, but no real damage off it. There were no poison stacks, and this could potentially be it if Bleb's able to somehow turn this into like a bigger edge guard or get a wrap at this point.
Yeah, that was very close. Just an excellent shear right now from Bleb, avoiding the strong from Rano. But we're finally going to be able to get the double down strong, the classic from the Maple, and Bleb is going to be able to take that winner semi, a full 3-1 over Yukon, just barely, just by a smidgen. By a smidgen.
Yeah, that was not looking like Bleb's game for a little bit there, but a really good turnaround to take that set, move on to winners finals. Good stuff.
Yeah. So while I'm setting up from the for the next first to three, and just so you know, we are unfortunately a little bit tight on time, so we're not going to be able to do losers quarters on stream. Just so you know, chat. But we are going to be doing the full top four nonetheless. So you're still going to have some very good Rivals 2 action tonight. But obviously, if you like what you're seeing, if you like the players, and if you want to support them and support the community, make sure to type in !Macherino in the chat and go to that Macherino page. Maybe donate $1 or $2. Every single dollar helps. So yeah, feel free to go there and just hit up that Macherino if you like what you're seeing today. Also, the final tournament of Battle for the Den Season 4 will be happening this Monday with some Breakers Revenge action. This will be on the 1st of July at 21 CST. Good old classic Breakers Revenge. We already have quite a few players registered, and if you want to join for this tournament, which will be happening on Fightcade and will be for Europe and Maghreb, make sure to join in on the 1st of July at 21 CEST. But with that, we are going to set up our next winner semi, which is going to be Nailax versus Vaporon.
And more Rano coming out here.
Yeah, more Rano action, where Rano stock's like doing good right now in this tournament. Obviously, again, like these players have had at most like 3 hours to acclimate to the new patch as well.
Yeah, for sure. It came out not very long before this tournament, so...
This stressed me out, by the way, because I was like, okay, they're changing the servers, and I'm like, what am I gonna do? But yeah, Nailax, Vaporon. Unfortunately, I did not pick my matches intelligently earlier in the bracket, so we're seeing a lot of Nailax. But still, we do love seeing the fleet in action, so there's that. So yeah, Fleet Rondo, this should be quite interesting, honestly.
I'm trying to think. I've seen this matchup be played at, I've seen like really good players play this matchup. It can get a little bit hectic. The Neelax's definitely more of a slower paced, relatively like normal spaced fleet, rather than some of the more like crazy fast paced ones I've seen. I'm like thinking of.
Yeah. Neelax is definitely very methodical with his fleet.
Yeah, so that's a good way to put it. So
yeah, just setting up stuff. Yeah. Have I posted there? I do not think I posted there. Yeah, there we go. Just needed to double check some stuff.
sounds good. Definitely be interesting. Unlike last match where I felt like Rana was the character that can play a little more slower paced when he wanted to, this is definitely all going to be, fleet projectiles dictating a lot of the pacing of the match. So, Bayfron's going to have to be really mindful of that. I feel like parrying some of these projectiles can be helpful. Mostly the side B if she's not like hovering correctly. That's probably the big one that comes to mind, at least for me personally.
Okay, for some reason I'm not seeing Neelax in the lobby.
Oh, unfortunate.
Might be a bug, honestly. Because I think I saw him like try to connect earlier. We'll see. No, we're good. We're good. We're good. We're good. I'm also trying to figure out this difference between like a spectating lobby and a non-spectating lobby. I'm thinking maybe if
they did add a button for spectating, I noticed. So I don't know how much that changes things.
Yeah, I'm thinking maybe if you set it as a spectating lobby, it's basing the connection on the other players rather than you as the host. Maybe something like that. Because I really don't see the difference between the two lobbies. I can still play in this lobby technically.
When I mean, it's just weird because like there doesn't seem to be like a region or a server selection in the system. Because when I was playing with Anti earlier, it did, go to what would be the middle ground between the two of us. It didn't like just pick the New York server and be like, yeah, make her play cross country, like literally coast to coast, like entire diagonally across the country. Although that would have been very funny.
Yeah, as we speak, and Neelax picked the locks.
Oh, well, okay. I definitely wasn't expecting that, but I'm here for it. We've seen a lot of Neelax's fleet. We've not seen any Loxodon so far, and I think that's a shame. I think Loxodon's really
Loxodon is really fun. Probably regarded as one of the weaker characters right now in the game.
If not the weakest. A lot of people think he is. It's actually hilarious how much Loxodon's humorism I've seen. I think that people overstate that a little bit because they're right there going absolutely crazy on the stage. There is very little free room to DI. It even feels kind of weak.
Yeah, that is the big thing. Like, they went random stages as well. That's why we're seeing Rockwool in game 1.
Okay. I've seen.
But yeah,
actually,
obviously
I've
that's
seen
going
a
to
lot
be
of people-
very advantageous for Nalax because
Yeah.
like Lux can do so much at close range. It's kind of insane.
It's really funny. I've seen a lot of people just do random stages in especially in online brackets, but usually with the caveat that they re-roll if they go to Hyperborean Harbor. People are not ready for that. It's too powerful.
Yeah, I like Hyperborean. Honestly, with Lux, some funny mix-ups there, but we're not there. We're on Rockwall. Okay,
We're not there
Class
yet.
A. Yeah.
Surely. Anyway, yeah. I honestly haven't seen. Well, to be honest, I haven't seen a lot of people playing Locks in general. Because like a lot of, at least I haven't seen people play Locks in tournament very much. Which definitely makes him an interesting character to talk about in these kinds of stats. Because you know, there's just not a lot of it seen. And obviously, he's also one of the few characters that's just completely original to this game, hasn't been seen, and plays a relatively more like unique kind of playstyle, being like vaguely like DDD, but definitely with a more, you know, much more notable rivals twist than I would say Fleet has.
Yeah, absolutely. But right now, like, Vaporeon is still doing very well, just shutting down Nalax right now. Like, I looked away for a minute, and then Vaporeon had a full, almost a full stock lead. Finally losing it here, but yeah.
39%. I mean, that's not ideal, but that's not really that bad, all things considered. Lox can live that for quite a while, especially if he has the magma charges for the
burst.
down B jump.
Yeah.
I do think that's been one thing that's been a little unfortunate, though, is that we really haven't seen the magma charges come into play that often. Nalax doing a lot of running forward right now, trying to keep up this pressure at the cost of not building up magma.
Yeah. I do have a feeling that it's also because Vaporeon has been doing rather good overall, just keeping Nalax off the magma for the most part, because remember, this is like reverse magma as well. Ooh, and Nalax just pulled the comeback.
Insane. Yeah, that is a good point though. It's so I've heard that they originally wanted to make it, you know, what you would expect, like the floor is lava, you don't stand in lava. But they felt it got a little too convoluted with how many rivals characters already
already have floor is lava mechanics.
So yeah, or have something akin to it. So they decided to make it kind of the opposite, where you want to be the one stepping on the lava to, you know, get rid of it. It's just that if you let Lox do that, he gets an advantage, and if you get that, he doesn't. So
yeah,
it's a pretty interesting system, honestly. I was underwhelmed by it at first, but I think the more that I've seen it in action, I do think that it's still a really cool dynamic, even if it does feel a little undercooked sometimes.
Yeah, but again, I feel like it's going to be developed just more over time. But obviously, Lux is not held by like a huge projectile that just sets up his terrain, like for instance Ellis. So you really have to play.
Meatball, though.
You have Meatball, but Meatball doesn't really set up too much in terms of lava.
It's in a different way for sure, because it's just where you're standing.
Yeah. Like, I feel like Lux has to play close range a lot more than Ellis does, for instance.
Yeah.
Even if he has Meatball, which to me is just like Rock, but a little bit less good, you know? With how many angles it can take and everything.
Boy. So, even GamerNet, ooh, one of the first parries we've seen on bracket. Coming out from Nalax. And the up tilt's coming through. A huge punish. That's exactly what you want to see if you are Loxodon here.
Yep. Already Vaporeon just trying to go for the tilts to try and, you know, kind of break Nalax. Nalax almost forced to burst, honestly, on this platform and losing all the magma charges for it. But yeah, it is looking very tight right now between the two players, I will say. And
Yeah,
Nalax right now
has
is very good. Nalax has very good stage control right now.
For sure. Like, we've seen Vaporeon get off to good starts here, but Nalax is keeping his cool, doing a really good job with the punishes, and like bringing these back extremely well, managing to build up his own really scary leads.
Yeah.
Which obviously, if you're playing a heavy, you know, you can often expect to not be in the lead, but if you are in the lead, that is such a significant thing compared to a lot of other characters.
Yeah, and I also really like the mixes as well on the follow-ups. Like, we've seen also Nalax go for like delayed down airs after like burst in order to try and throw off Vaporeon on his DI. Just very interesting stuff overall.
So Vaporon is at 175 right now and still not dead. Nilax really needs to find this kill like now.
That is the big thing. I feel like Merchant Port is bigger than we think.
It might, honestly, a lot of blast zones. It's really hard to gauge. I've kind of felt like the blast zones have felt a little big in this game overall, but I also think that's been a trend in a lot of flat fighters lately. Especially Nasby 2 if you played that at all.
Yeah, that's true. I haven't played Nasby 2 at a high enough level to really notice, but it is true. Like, the blast zones are pretty high in there. And we are going to go to last stock once again after a very good stock trade on both sides. And so far, again, Vaporon pushing Nilax to the corner, forcing him to respawn, try and go for the burst in order to try and get a little bit of space here. And yeah, Nilax is really struggling to get out of this left side. Instead of going to be just thrown into the right side. Well, not thrown, but you get what I mean.
Yeah. No, this is the deer.
The down air! And they're up in the wrong direction!
Oh, that's really unfortunate. These games have been really close, but Nilax just, you know, managing to have these good punishes and keep his cool.
Yeah.
And that has been it's been hard for Vaporon to get these last hits in.
Yeah, I guess Nilax just has that kind of clutch factor.
Yeah.
Today. Which is very nice to see. Weird. And yeah, I feel like maybe the idea was just to not try and deal with the Fleet Drano matchup on Nilax's side. And so far it's working out really well, I will say.
Yeah, I honestly didn't really understand quite like what the counterpick, you know, if there was a particular reason for it at first. But hey, you know what? It's working. It's cool. I like seeing character variety personally, so I am all here for it right now.
Absolutely. And we were talking about Hyperborean Harbor. This is the most atypical stage that you've seen legal in a platform fighter in a long time. Because obviously we've had things like Muse City in Melee, but that doesn't count.
Yeah. There's definitely some whack stuff. Like I feel like a lot of games will have like their one or two just really messed up stages. In Rivals 2, Hyperborean is really just in a league of its own in terms of that. Ooh.
Yeah.
I am really surprised that parry didn't work, but I actually that might be part of my Nilax reverse. I don't know. Very weird interaction there.
Yeah. Immediately Vaporon just going for the tongue. Just kind of try and suffocate Nilax. Nilax is still going to get some space from the forward tilt. Forward tilt, a pretty good move overall from Lox, in my opinion. But yeah, that down strong angle! Yeah. Nilax just slid across the stage.
Yeah. Ooh, the beatball getting redirected by the throw right there. That's cool.
Yeah, that's one big thing as well about Meatball. I do consider it like second to Rock in terms of projectiles, because you can hit it back and use it against Loxodon pretty easily, but Loxodon has so much mix from just hitting the Meatball, and even has like 3 initial angles to just throw it at.
Yeah.
Lots of versatility in this projectile.
Ideally, the mix-ups are in Loxodon's favor, but being, you know, able to hit it back at Loxodon at a variety of angles, kind of in the way you would with Molotov bombs in the first game, definitely makes it a much riskier projectile than something like Rock, where yeah, they can hit shards back at you, but I feel like it can be a little bit trickier to angle those in a way that affects that, you know, is going to work against the crack.
Yeah. Yeah, Nilax going for the side B here, going to be taking quite a miraculous kill onto a Vaporon that tried to be a little bit overcommittal here. But like, Vaporon can afford it. He's got a full stock lead right now, almost.
Yeah.
That's the big thing. Like, Vaporon is just chilling right now.
For sure, and this is, you know, similar-ish, a little more drastic than what we saw in Game 1. If we can see Vaporon hold on to that lead and maintain it properly, this is definitely looking like a, you know, we're gonna get some games on the board. But this is Loxodon we're talking about. There's a lot of things that can go wrong very fast if you're not prepared.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, even just in the time it took Vaporon to kill Nilax, right now he took like 60%. And the percent right now is still racking up even after the stock is over.
Yeah, we're probably at death percent for at least a few of Loxodon's moves right now.
Yeah, and if you're recovering as Rano, you don't have Bubble, you're still dealing with Meatball as well, which is just a very good tool just to cover the ledges as well. I feel like Lux doesn't really get to commit too much off stage right now, at least in this meta. But Meepo will do the committing for him.
Yeah.
Oh, Vapor got fancy! But this is Harbor. Like obviously, we're still able to side B and get back onto the ledge on Naelax's side. But still, 107%. There's still a lot to do on Naelax's side.
Yeah. This is, you know, Vaporon looked still in a good position here. This is still cheese or paradise, especially if you're heavyweight. So.
Yeah. Look at that
the
already.
damage.
The damage racking up at immense speeds. Naelax is also sitting on 3 charges right now. Right now he's in a difficult situation. Gonna be a little bit tough to come back here. But uses the burst to catch Vaporon off guard. I think Vaporon was kind of expecting the up B here.
Yeah, I know I was. I got hit by that.
Yeah, it's the mix. The mix is real.
No.
The Vaporon was just too short, and Naelax again with the clutch factor.
Yeah, I had this like sinking feeling in my gut when the SC happened. Like, okay, good play, you're in a good spot. There's a really real chance this is a Naelax.
Yeah, it's like we've seen this movie before. We've seen it before.
That we have.
It went on TV already 2 times. We've seen it before.
Yeah. So Naelax moving on to fight Gleb. Now Vaporon and Crustacean we play in losers quarters for the chance to make it in the top 4 and fight Econ.
Indeed. But with that, we are going to take a quick break on the stream, as we will be switching commentators real quick. We'll be back in just a bit, chat. As a reminder though, while we're gone, we do have that Matcherino going on right now, which is currently sitting at $50 and pays out all of top 3 for this tournament. So if you are liking what you are seeing right now on your stream, make sure to hit up that Matcherino by typing !Matcherino in the chat. It will give you the link and you'll be able to donate even a single dollar to that prize pot and support the players and the community. But yeah, with that, we're going to take a short break and we'll be back in just a bit for top 4 of this Rivals 2 tournament at Battle for the Den. So don't touch that dial, chat. We'll be right back.
Oh man, are you ready for this? You can feel the calm before the storm as the round begins. This is gonna be a match to remember. This battle is about to explode. Finest KO!
Go.
Hello everyone, welcome back. Obviously I am not Mathias Wolfbrok, I am Hokori. It's great to be here. We still have CyberHex as well, so gotta get to the end of this bracket now.
Yeah, so we got the top 4 starting with winners finals. I believe seen a lot of both Nalax and Bleb in this bracket so far, and now we're gonna see how they fare against each other.
Yeah, if any Rivals 1 experience is to show how this goes, it is going to be an interesting fight to see, especially obviously with the addition of Fleet and potentially Loxodon. And this is still a very different game to Rivals of Aether, so it can go any way.
For sure. I'm trying to remember. Newa, I don't think has played against a Maple yet this bracket, but yeah, I'm not sure if we've seen this matchup yet, but we have seen quite a bit of both these characters with these players doing so well.
And it's definitely interesting to see both these players having different characters from their Rivals of Aether mains. Obviously, Atlas isn't in the game, at least yet. Same with Forceburn. So, Bleb on the Maple, Nalax on Fleet. I mean, Fleet is somewhat similar when it comes to just base gameplay of like reasonably light, good movement. But going to Maple from a heavy is...
Yeah, I mean, hey, if you're used to Forceburn, I mean, at least Fleet's got the back air, right? What else do you really need?
Exactly.
But it's funny, we've actually seen Keikasol playing a lot of Fleet as well, which I think is mostly to challenge himself and mix things up a little bit. But he still managed to, you know, win a few brackets with Fleet and consistently be like a top placing player. So, kind of funny that it's not like the only Forceburn player, just like using Fleet in the meantime.
And obviously, again, quite a different game. Obviously, it's still a plat fighter, but where I guess even just the basics of knockback and everything to do with movement, obviously grabbing the shield changes everything so much that
For sure.
players are more willing to divert from their original mains.
Yeah, and not for nothing, like, if you are one of the people that's like playing the same character in both games, a lot of like kill confirms and the which ones you want to go for, it's definitely changed up. Like, you have to be, you know, obviously you still have a lot of the same moves, but the engine just inherently changes how you want to use almost every single one of them. Like with Claren, for example, I've noticed that, you know, F-Strong is like not that good in Rivals 1, whereas usually when he's F-Strong, it is the exact opposite in this game. It is so much harder to hit an F-Strong, but F-Strong is really reliable and kills like pretty comfortably. So stuff like that, you have to like completely change your thought process of how you play almost every returning character. So I certainly don't blame people for mixing it up, especially with the gaming data right now when things in like such a state of flux. Also, Nalax going back to the Loxodon. We saw that last set with a lot of really clutch plays and reversals from Nalax Loxodon. And now we're going to an even lighter character with Bleb, which is just, or with Meeple rather, which is just going to exemplify that element of the character.
So looking at the bracket so far, obviously we can see I didn't do too well, which is one of the reasons I'm here, but regardless, after this match, obviously we're going to go into losers to see who comes back to whoever's here. Oh, we're actually going into the game on the Gungai Delta. I mean, Bleb going with the yellow maple. Interesting choice, but regardless, already putting on the percent on Alex, a very big target for Bleb just to run around and just wail on.
For sure, and we've seen a lot of really good combos coming out from Bleb earlier in this tournament. Definitely feels like a player where does occasionally not make the best use, or just generally not make the best use of Tether and certain Maple-specific stuff. But the punishes we've seen from Bleb have been phenomenal, and when wraps do come into account, obviously they're going to be extremely powerful.
And with Tether, I think it's also because it's now a macro rather than just upbeat. So it's a bit of a mental thing as well, like you're having to get used to the same mechanic in a different way. But
for sure,
speaking on like combos, obviously Maple is a very combo-heavy character, especially in this game, and Loxodon is all about finding just those few hits. But regardless, Bleb is taking the first stock of Winners Finals.
That he is, and you've seen, you know, the last set, for those of you that are watching the last set, was a lot of Nalex going down early in the game and then making a massive comeback. So Maple is a character, being even lighter than Rano, going to be really susceptible to just randomly getting blown up. And with Maple also having a pretty, somewhat lackluster recovery in this game, it'll be really important to see if Bleb is able to keep Mark up as a sort of like, you know, emergency safety button when he gets thrown off stage.
Yeah. With the, I guess, removal of upbeat wall jump, it really hinders Maple's recovery without Tether. But despite that, this is looking pretty good for both players here. Obviously, quite the difference in percentage, but with Loxodon, he's not in much more danger than Bleb is right now.
That's the funny thing about heavies, right? I mean, even if you have a bit of a percent lead built up, it really doesn't always feel like much of a lead. Granted, when you get the stock lead, that's definitely a little bit more security that you're happy to have if you're Bleb right now.
Yeah, of course. And it's just, like, another thing with this game is seeing familiar stages, or at least locations, but with different names, different layouts. But an unfortunate failed recovery from Bleb. As we go to the last stock, it's looking pretty dang even right now. Even if Bleb is making sure it doesn't stay that way for long.
Very, very true. Lots of damage coming out from these up areas. That's been a key tool for Maple. Even I believe it did get nerfed a bit this patch. But it's still going to be really important for Maple combos in general. Lots of ways you can use up air, especially for those ladder combos.
Yeah, and we have just seen Nalex using neutral B to try and edge guard, but a problem with it is if a character has a recovery that does do a hit, it's not going to be as effective because it just gets knocked right back.
Exactly.
And Bleb is going to take that first game.
That he is. Now, that being said, you know, I've been talking a lot about Nalex's comebacks, sorry, because we saw a lot of those just, you know, in the previous set. There was something starting to come together there. Bleb, I think, got up to like 60 or 70%, which is definitely danger zone against a few specific locks and up moves. Now, we haven't seen Nalax using like air neutral B, for example, or a lot of the strong attacks, which are obviously going to be like the biggest hits that Loxodon has, especially that air neutral special. If you can use that, you get some ridiculous kills with this character. So I'd really love to see if Nalax can try to incorporate that into some of his combos moving forward. Because, you know, as a heavy against a light character, your advantage state is pretty much all you've got. Like, there obviously is other things, but the crux of it... Oh, never mind. You're not playing a heavy anymore. Sure.
I mean, let's just forget everything you said in the past 10 seconds as we go to the merchant port.
Yeah.
It's going to be quite interesting to see Nalax's Zeta burn here.
Yeah, and you know, I mentioned earlier, like a lot of returning characters like play really differently. I think a lot of people have felt that way about Zetterburn, where we haven't honestly seen too many people playing Zetterburn, all things considered. But the way that, you know, Zetterburn having a shine in this game makes for some insane shield pressure, and obviously that dare is still gonna spike. That's some classic Rivals 1 stuff right there.
Yeah, of course. And even if, like, the use of Shine was the same as Rivals 1, just having a shield makes it so much better. Like, you can revert all these changes and it'd still be a pretty dangerous poking tool. But still,
Yeah.
Bleb is very much just trying to get back at Nalax for that.
There's some really interesting like shield pressure dynamics in this game that don't really exist in other plat fighters due to the way Rivals parry works.
Yeah.
I think Rush Rev would probably be the closest comparison, and even then Rush Rev parry is still really different. A lot lower reward with like still pretty similar risk. So
and also obviously like pushing off platforms from a shield is something you really have to look out for.
sure.
Because obviously that can just lead to a straight up that can just lead up to a stock.
Oh, we're seeing Bleb try to go for these fairs. Definitely still an effective edge guarding tool in this game, though with the reverse hit I feel like it's harder to be consistent with that.
Tries for something there.
Yeah, I'm not sure what happened, maybe wrong stick input, something like that. Either way, a down strong from Nalax is going to be bringing up to a 3-1 stock lead. I don't think we've actually seen that all stream. A lot of these games have been like relatively close. But Nalax is really trying to run away with this one right now.
Yeah, definitely Zetterburn is a very good pick for this matchup. Just seeing both these characters having very fast and attention-demanding moves and combos. Like, if you take your eyes off of either of them for 1 second and you are in so much danger, as we just saw that attempt at a down air.
Oh, and tries to go for the shine up strong, doesn't quite hit it, but we still got Bleb at like super kill percent. Lots of things are just going to instantly win this game for Nalax as long as you can get, you know, one more good opening.
Yeah, of course. In Rivals 1, most people would just go for a raw strong at this point.
Yeah, down strong especially.
Yeah.
Little frame 5. Ooh, okay, wait, that fair spike might possibly kill. Nope, misses up the ledge hog timing. Very hard to time this properly in this game.
Yeah, and something else I've been seeing with Zetterburns is they've been having more use of their jabs. Definitely a better option here than it was in Rivals 1. But yeah, Nalax takes game 2 as we move on to the next one. Are we going to see Bleb change character?
Oh, 1-1 right now. Looking honestly pretty even. Like that game did still go down to last stock, at least in the end. As much as it was a really good start for Nalax. Once Bleb started to figure out what he was going for, it did become more doable.
Yeah, and
I think
where
it was last stock. Yeah.
where
Who
where
actually
Maple,
even
sorry, where Maple is such a fast character and Loxodon is very much obviously heavy, it gives Bleb a lot more chance to adapt, to watch Nalax's options rather than have to get hit by every one of them to learn.
Mhm.
So
Yep.
we are going on to game 3, and if you're wondering, chat, why we're spending a bit more time on the character select screen, it's because we're having to do bans in Discord because bans still aren't synced in lobbies. So, but regardless, we're going to Fire Capital for game 3.
Really an interesting pick right now. Bleb most likely trying to just leverage that potential to run away a little more and live a little longer, which I think is completely reasonable.
Yeah, of course. And where Nalax, I believe, banned Ethereum Forest and something else.
Gotcha.
Whatever. Due to the bans, obviously, they had to make a bit more of a unique decision for this matchup. But hopefully we will see it work in his favor.
Yep. And the tether not quite going to lead to the fall there for the kill.
Oh no! Tries to side B onto the ledge, but it's just too low to make it back and loses that stuff.
Yeah, Nalax. Oh, managing to make it back to stage. The uppy distance deceptively far at times.
Yeah, it really helps that switching from obviously 2D sprites to 3D models, it makes a lot of Rivals 1 moves deceptive. Especially with everything technically being smaller in Rivals of Aether 1, it makes all the moves just look so big and so prominent.
Yeah, that is definitely true. It's definitely interesting to see like the way that, you know, obviously the scale that you see like with the camera as well, and just like the model sizes compared to like the size of the hitboxes.
Oh. Okay, that's not good. Yep, that's gonna be a very nice Gatling into upstream.
Yeah, Nalax having the lead still, holding on to that. Pretty high in percent. There's a lot of ways of blocking up the kill just like that. Great bounce off of the Lily.
Yeah, that was beautifully done. But still, Nalax is not giving up just yet, even if they are at the edge of the stage. Very good grab rate. But still, even with this 70% on the maple, Nalax has to be so careful, because we have seen Bleb just take it all back before.
Yeah, one well-placed fair spike, and Nalax is probably not making it back to stage. So, or up air juggle like this, the Nair, or up air off the top, couldn't see which one, but it killed.
Yeah, I mean, just as I said, Bleb taking it all back from Nalax's lead as we find him winning game 3, and we move on to the 4th.
So, you know, that was looking like Nalax's game for a little, at least I thought it was looking like Nalax's game for a little bit there, but Bleb pulling out in the end, and that is great to see in a best of 5, because if this does go to a game 5, you're going to have the counter pick advantage.
Some things never change with Bleb. I mean, he honestly has so many great comebacks in Rivals of Aether as well. So it's good to see some things never change.
For sure.
Still, we are going to... Not Aetherian Forest, not Rockwall, we're going to Go Dojo. Okay.
Interesting. I do wonder what the thought process is on this pick, but I think, you know, obviously very common, pretty fundamental stage type. Definitely makes sense.
Yeah, I have seen many Azeta Burn loving Tower of Heaven in Rivals 1 at least.
Oh yeah.
So this is definitely a pretty good pick on Nalax's part. But regardless, it is looking kind of even despite this advantage-disadvantage state at the moment. But yeah, Nalax is just putting in the work right now.
A little bit of a percent lead. The Blab turning at these hits, tech chases coming out. This could flip the script a little bit. Ooh.
Yeah.
As I say that, Nalax going a little ham on Blab Shield here, trying to find something.
Yeah.
Find this kill as fast as possible.
Putting Lily down on the top platform. We'll have to see if that pays off. tense first stock of the game.
For sure, being thrown off stage, and Ledgehog, successful Ledgehog from Gleb, gonna take the first stock.
Yeah, very well done on Bleb's part. Still holding on to that nearly 140%. Still just going in without the fear of someone one hit away from dying. I'd expect nothing less from Bleb.
Indeed. Ooh. Coming down strong, coming out. Stocks are even right now. Percent, not so much.
Yeah, I'm a little confused on what Bleb did there. Looks like a short hop down B was about to happen. But regardless, Nalax just swiped it away in an instant as they start to bring this lead back to a more even state.
Yeah, ooh. Gleb off stage. That is really scary, people.
And Nalax being very smart about it, going off stage as soon as they find Bleb out there with disadvantage, just so they don't have that tether easily accessible. Still, Nalax lost stock of the game, but of course, Bleb is at a percentage where it's quite simple to bring it back to an even game.
Yeah, there's a lot of kill potential right now, especially, you know, with all these scenarios where Bleb's getting thrown off stage. If Nalax can find the time to capitalize off of that, you know, that could really turn the tides here, but it's just been difficult so far. That wrap making it hard to really approach in that situation.
Okay, things not looking good for Nalax right now. 76% on the last stock of the game. Bleb can take this all in an instant.
Yeah, ooh, we're seeing that right now. Looking for these down strongs, Nalax manages to shield it, but just barely in time.
Yeah, Nalax, a big fan of those back throws. Tether, and that's going to do it. Bleb takes winners finals.
Yeah, just barely getting the kill. It was really, it looked like a really close call, but it does work out. So,
we are going to be moving on to Station Man versus Wukong in just a moment. As Bleb, as Bleb takes final.
yeah, Bleb going into grands. That's actually really cool. So Crustacean Man was in the, you know, the round 1 set that we streamed and lost to Nalax, and then brutally fought his way through the entirety of losers to make it up to loser semis here, and is going to face off against the 2 seed in Con. So kind of an insane run from, I think, is the only person in this bracket playing Krag.
Yeah.
Obviously, Krag is still a really common character in this game. A lot of people are playing him and getting a lot of mileage out of him. But right now, it is all Crustacean, which feels oddly fitting, considering the tag.
Yeah, very much so. But it is Wukong coming up soon. So, but both of these players have very good wins on the belt this Saturday. I mean, Crustacean going 3 other games to defeat Braun, and Wukong doing the same to Vilas. Honestly, it could go either way. It's very much character and player matchup dependent at this point.
For sure, and we're likely looking at a Rano Krag set here. Interesting for sure. I feel like that's a matchup I haven't. Oh, yeah, seen a little bit of it.
But before we go on to that set, a few words. If you'd like to help bring the prize pull up for this bracket, please head to Matcherino. You can type !Matcherino in chat. Feel free to donate as much as you'd like. The prize pool at the moment is $50, so I believe that would be $25 to first place. I'm not so sure about second and third, but regardless, a very nice pod given to us by our very own Mathias Wolfbrok. So again, if you'd like to give a bit more incentive to these players to play out their minds, again, exclamation Maghreb chat can give you a link to the website so you can add to the prize pool if you'd like to. Very soon, next will be the final tournament of this season of Valorant. It's going to be the Neo Geo Classic Breakers Revenge. So that's going to be on the 1st of July at 9 PM CEST. If you'd like to sign up, the sign up bar open, just type in exclamation Battleground and it will take you to the bracket page so you can see. Should be going on to our next set very soon. It's very, very fun so far to watch all of this. Station Man versus Wukong.
What are you expecting to see here in this set?
Well, if I know anything about the Wukong, it's definitely gonna be very, very, very fun. Same with Crustacean Man. Both these players are pretty damn good at Rivals 1, so it's definitely gonna be very fun to see how they stack up in this game. Crustacean Man, I believe, is a Aether in Rivals 1.
Ah,
So, again, definitely going to be quite interesting to see, especially with Wukong on Crag rather than Orcane, obviously. We don't have any other. We go to Kodai Delta first. Wukong, Crustacean Man, repping the football Crag skin.
yeah.
Mostly just because everyone has it. So,
Yeah, I think he's the only character right now with, well, I guess you can also apparently get the Bandit Maple skin or whatever.
yeah,
I should probably dig through my Pledge Manager to find that, because it's pretty cool.
yeah, the early access skin, Bandit Maple and Early Bird Rasta
Oh, yeah, that one too.
in the games. I believe both you and your opponent have to have said skins to be able to use them online. Regardless, that all aside, Wukong has put on a good amount of percent on Crustacean. But again, this is Crag. He's a heavy and he's very, very strong. So at this point, Wukong is in more danger than Crustacean.
Yeah, pretty much. So we do have Crustacean Man off stage. There is another pillar on deck, but doesn't even need it, just going to be pillarless. Pillarless is insane in this game. The distance you get off of it is very far. It's a really useful asset for Kag's recovery and for his mix-ups. Oh! Well, misinput on the pillarless there, I'm assuming, and that's going to be the first stock going to Wukong, but just barely.
By the looks of it, I think what happened is the knockback from the side beat getting hit by Wukong sent them into the corner of that pillar, breaking it. So that was a very interesting situation there. But yeah, Wukong taking that first stock and just running with it.
Sure, lots of damage coming out of this bubble combo, just helping all of them more if you're Wukong right now. Gonna be dying in that fair. And while it is unfortunate to lose the stock lead, this is still a very comfortable position to be in.
Yeah, of course. But again, with I guess Crag pillarless upbeat, it seems more versatile in this game. It's the only upbeat that allows you to wall jump, and it's got a pretty nice amount of distance on it. Both players just poking at each other right now. Crustacean Man going for the down B spike. That's still quite difficult in this game to land, so doesn't make it.
Like that just barely whiffed, which puts thankfully Hukon's still holding onto the stock, looking decent right now, but the comeback from Crustacean Man is very real. Hukon's got to find his kill as soon as possible. There you go. Good job. He seems like he heard me.
Yeah, some of these late percent knockbacks are quite deceptive in when they're gonna kill. It reminds me of Smash 4's knockback.
Yeah,
Sometimes
a little bit.
it feels like it happens for so long before you actually hit the blast zone.
You see that a lot, honestly, even in Rivals 1, you see that sometimes if you get like a Galaxy that was like the perfect percent for it,
Oh yeah.
they just like slowly drift into the blast and you're like, okay.
I do believe that there may still be some, I guess, either kinks to work out or knockbacks to figure out when it comes to this game's purples. Obviously,
Yeah.
that's gonna purple, but some of these stocks have just been going away almost anticlimactically. Regardless, last stock, Crustacean Man in a heavy amount of percent.
Yeah,
With
so
crack, anything is possible.
the name of the game so far really has been like Hukon's having great low percents. Crustacean Man feels a little more comfortable in those high percent scenarios. So like finding these kills has been the trouble here, and a Crustacean Man can get a good kill confirm going right now. You know, this game could slip out from right under Hukon's nose, even with it being him in the lead for like the past 4.5 minutes. It's been his path here, however long.
That's a very good shield from Hukon on that upstream.
Yeah.
Crustacean Man fighting themselves very far off stage. Cancels the side B right before making connection with Hukon. Pretty smart play. Honestly.
Yeah, goes for the up
Oh,
and there it is.
Yeah, isn't able to jump off the pillar in time as Hukon just destroys it and gets that up strong to take the game. Something I'd like to point out about this beta that I really like is that the victories are now on the stages you just played. It doesn't default to go to Delta
Yeah.
anymore. It's a really cool effect.
It is really. I honestly think that Aether Studios in general has done a really good job adding just like nice visual touches to the game that you don't see on other platforms. I mentioned this earlier in the stream because it's been on my mind a bit more recently, but I really do appreciate that about them.
Yeah, of course.
Anyway,
Yeah, Rivals, Aether Studios definitely taking the best parts of a lot of other games in the genre and obviously adding their own flair. But it's just so nice to see how far this game is going. But still, with even early percent right now. As Hukon just throwing out those back airs, tries for a down B again. Surely Hukon is getting a little scared of that move. Just narrowly missing each time.
a lot of damage on Hukon being pushed towards the ledge, but Hukon trying to reverse the situation. And very scrappy right now.
Okay, tries to get the blood strong after Hukon senses that first side B. Questionable choice, definitely, but it's Crag. It's part of the Rivals 1 gameplay, so... Oh, a very good edge guard from taking Hukon down to the bottom. It's awesome.
Yeah. You got some of that stage carry from Crag starting to come out here around the world with these grabs and jabs.
Jab is definitely a lot more volatile in this game on most of the cards, obviously. Characters with single move jabs still very good, as you know in Rivals 1. But the multi-jab characters really gotten taken most out of that change to the engine.
I've played a lot of single jab characters, so I haven't done that as much, to be honest, but...
I mean, yeah, it Rivals they people would set up on Roger Gap is basically pointless. It's game, it's just a stage carry a good comeback for some of them. It's just so helpful for these characters. But that is the unfortunate way to lose their sector start back from
around HP man, but all in effort for just these teams even again, just being behind.
I definitely see both these players being a bit more offensive, as we see Lord just shielding side by side. Station man, getting out quite exciting.
One thing that I think is kind of interesting about this fight by Station playing like your character here, like your character, I feel like we're seeing a lot more big swings from Khan, which might be a tiny bit of that team DNA coming through. That character does swing a lot to how good his training is. I almost want to see more of it from Crustacean. It's definitely paying off for Kukon in a lot of these situations. It's just a matter of actually like getting in there effectively enough, which has been a bit of a pain point, I think.
I mean, we definitely just saw one of the biggest swings in the game at the moment with that forward strong taking game 2. Are we going to much or game 3? It's going to be interesting to see how this one plays.
Yeah, let's see just how we've seen so far. That was Rock Wall, right?
Yeah.
We've seen good I Delta. So yeah, I think definitely see the vision for this choice from Kukon, more platforms to work with. But right now, just tons of up airs for Crustacean trying to take advantage of those top pots himself. And yeah, you're right about this big hit. The F-Strongs are coming out in full force right now. Huge lead for Crustacean all of a sudden.
Yeah, I mean, some game plans just do not change. Even with all these universal changes, Crag is all about just bringing out those huge hits at any point. Like, whether it's needed or not. At the same time, Yukon got down strong on the ledge. Very nice to take out that first stop on station.
That situation isn't quite as bad for Kukon as it could have been after losing that first stock, but these fares are a little frightening. They're coming somewhat close to time.
Yeah. Tries for the rock down throw, but Kukon's already in ledge vulnerability, so there wasn't anything coming. Still, Kukon just, at this point, just playing around with Crustacean's huge hitbox. At the same time, tries for the upstrong, but a very good tech is going to keep Kukon alive a little longer.
Yeah.
Confusing angle from that forward air.
But this might be it. There's no pillar on Crustacean. Suddenly the tides have turned entirely here on Merchant Port. Kukon looking a very slight lead, and you know, with that reverse fair, I lied. It's not. I'm not a lead anymore.
Yeah, 2 reverse fairs in one game. Beautiful. Still, as the rain comes down, we're on our last stock of the game. As we see Kukon with a 5% and climbing, as Crustacean just throws out these up airs, regardless of any patch notes these past couple months. It's still just going to be thrown out no matter what from Crag.
For sure.
Oh, okay. Yeah, Kukon getting a little saucy now, as they need to find something to bring this game back in their favor these last moments. The Ledgehog is going to take game 3 for Crustacean, man.
Alright, that was really back and forth game, but Crustacean is coming out on top here. Only what he wants to see right now, but Kukon's been putting up a really good fight, so definitely don't want to count him out of a game 5 by any stretch.
Okay, we are going to Bio Capsule now. for potentially the last game of this set. So we could be seeing Station Man going on to fight Nalax in just a moment, but knowing Yukon, he is going to do his damnedest to make sure that does not happen. Yukon back on stage, just frying out his moves as Station very much just replies with a very good jab straight. Just running around with these sub-strongs as if it's Rivals 1. I mean, I can't blame him, but that is definitely a dead crack.
Yeah, it is.
Knuckle.
That Hukon at 102%, very high percent. This is a stage of big blast zones, that helps a little bit, but it's going to be pretty easy for him to just randomly explode here.
Of course, and both these characters definitely, they both work well with this larger stage. Obviously, we're seeing Crag just carrying people around with their jabs, but this also gives Rano enough room just to run around and throw off any sort of prediction from their opponent.
Yeah.
Rano's special getup is a very unique and useful move because even if you don't land the hit from it, that bubble's going to save you from any potential reversal.
Certainly, a little ledge hog there from Crustacean Man is going to help out. Dive kick probably would have seen Yukon, but...
That was ambitious from Crustacean Man. Yukon, he knows that game. He knows he needs to wait it out rather than take the initiative.
Yeah.
Okay, Station very low and still manages to make it back despite having his pillar just off the screen.
Yeah, crack recovery in this game is absolutely ridiculous, honestly. It is, in way harder than you'd expect to edge for this character a lot of the time.
Yeah, like, if you remove the context of what we've been seeing from Crag, if you think of, oh, we're making Rivals Wob with ledges and shields, you'd think Crag would be the easiest character to edgeguard, but with his own changes, it is surprisingly difficult at times. Sadly, this could set something pretty nice up for Hukon.
Kinda could. And it's being racked up. We got 3 poison stacks on Crustacean now.
Yeah, things are not looking good for the Crag right now.
Ooh. Unfortunate spacing with that fair. Gonna be living that pretty easily.
Okay. Surprised we haven't been seeing. Oh, a very good forward airs. Definitely going to kill Crustacean Man there as we move on to the final game of losers semis.
And thus.
Still, as I was saying, I'm surprised we haven't been seeing Hukon letting rip Rhino's new fully charged forward strong. It is a very good move at the ledge, maybe against different characters, Ramen and Crag, who are very good at getting to the ledge itself. But regardless, Jules fail for final game of the set, as we already see Crustacean off stage.
Yeah, that fastfall could have been pretty deadly for, you know, a character like Hack who does have a pretty high fall speed, but still hanging on here. That said, Hukon's racking up the damage very effectively. Not quite. Ooh, but a tongue's gonna help out.
Yeah, narrowly lands that side. Oh, very good ledge cancel from Crustacean Man there. Not able to take any repercussions from getting very good forward at Yukon to stay for a first spot. No
so. Con building up a really good lead right now.
Rano at 103% is not somewhere they want to be. Very good edge guard from Crustacean there.
Coming out. Doing some grab mix-ups here. This is where Krag gets really scary when you can get these grab loops. Going super high with that dive kick, but he's gonna get punished for it. More and more damage coming on. Another grab. Honestly, I kind of think that could have been up strong,
But regardless, both these characters at a pretty dangerous position. Any good interaction could lead to a stock right now.
almost saw a bit of that right there. Ooh, there.
Okay, very good DI on that up there. Goes for the tech chase. Forward strong, does not get the direction right though.
Yeah, Station definitely looking to get a little desperate right now with a lot of these big hits coming out. And while that is what you want to see is Krag, finally just a simple down throw fair, all you need sometimes.
Yeah, of course. Still, Hukon lost of both players. Last stock of the set. Right now, it really is anyone's game.
Absolutely down to the wire. Interesting. One for the up throw F strong. Would be kind of funny if that worked, but not quite this time.
But still, Hukon is being relentless right now, but they are definitely going blow for blow as Crustacean easily bringing the percent back to a bit more of an even place. But Hukon is just returning that in kind, doing as much as they can to get the Krag off the screen.
Coming out, but not even. Oh, never mind the back air. Not gonna kill, but that was some really rough DI and puts Crustacean in an uncomfortable position.
The needles were just short of landing on Crustacean. Who knows what could have happened if they did land over on the right side. But Crustacean is just... Oh, Hukon takes it with a beautiful up-strong there as he moves on to losers finals to face off against Nalax.
For sure. Yeah, that was a really close call there at the end. You know, Hukon had a big percent lead. But these little drops against a character like Krag can feel utterly terrifying because of how quickly he can turn the tides. Thankfully for Hukon, did not happen, was able to still get the good old up strong, just like he wants to.
I mean, yeah, again, this is a very close bracket at the moment. Still, we go on to losers finals soon. Nalax, just fresh off of a loss, but I'm sure that that isn't going to deter them as they face off against this Rana.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, we just saw Nalax 3-0 Vaperon's Rana earlier. Now, that being said, you know, Crustacean also managed to beat Vaperon, so Hukon definitely looking like a slightly stronger Rano at the moment. Is my brain hurting? No, he's playing Rano. Okay. But
again, this bracket is just mind-bending to me. I mean, seeing Fire Icy go 0-2 is insane to me, but obviously this is a new game.
yeah,
so,
new game, new Zetterburn.
Yeah, muscle memory will only take you so far, and obviously we've only had weekend betas, unless you've been less than legal about playing this video game. And I do believe Fire Icy hasn't really been participating in Rivals 2 events over the last
Gotcha.
couple months, so
Yeah.
might have been, but regardless, yeah, we should be moving on very soon.
Yeah, this I definitely okay. We've seen Nalax play a lot of characters. I think it's also been really interesting in this bracket. You know, that as well as the fact that I feel like the sets have been getting closer the later in bracket, which is obviously what you want to see a lot of the time. There's a lot of like 2-0s and like 3-0s earlier in bracket, like both the losers quarter sets we weren't able to stream. They were both 3-0s, and
Yeah.
then we go to loser semis right after, and it's a 3-2. It's the only game 5 in the whole bracket. So I definitely feel like things are going to get very hectic here. We've got two players that have gone very far in this bracket, both knocked down to losers by Bleb as well.
I mean, as you were saying, we have seen up until this point barely any games with a point to the loser. I mean, first 3 rounds, we only had 3 games in total where the loser scored a game.
Wow, yeah.
So it's definitely a very volatile bracket by the seams of it.
Yeah, lots of very dominant sets so far, but these last couple have been so back and forth. This top cut, big fan of it, and there's pretty decent character variety going on as well. At least in like the top cut. There's been a lot of Rano and Maple, I would say, but
Yeah,
fair enough, all things considered. Especially when it comes to Rano, that is like a classic beginner character, even Rivals 1.
Yeah. So just sorting a few things out. I'm not too sure what's been going wrong. I know there's been some audio issues, but they should be sorted out quite soon. Luckily for Mathias, he's not having to juggle both commentary and stream running and TOA.
Yeah,
Just
one
lost
less
it.
thing at
Yeah.
a time. It's always the hardest at the beginning of bracket 2 when like everyone's playing at the same time. Once you get to like this point where it's literally just one straight path, it's so much easier. As long as people actually like pay attention and listen to you. If you had a player disappear in the middle of top 8, that'd be pretty bad, but I haven't had to deal with that yet, at least.
Yeah, I do not envy you when it comes to TOA, because obviously, I mean, Rivals Recess and stuff like that have definitely bigger player bases than something like our European Res or our other weeklies.
Yeah.
So, again, do not envy your position.
Depends. I mean, some weeks really do, or some brackets mostly just run themselves when it comes to online. But sometimes things do go off the rails, and then it's like, well, this sucks. Yeah, I think one of my favorite stories of things going like kind of haywire in an RCS bracket was when in RCS July last season, ZB played and had work that night and didn't think he was going to make it very far in bracket. So he beats Kakasol and makes it to winner's side grands, and then has to go to work. And he ended up managing to get back and play grands, but still, that was probably one of the funniest things I've seen go wrong in a big bracket over here.
The amount of times I've gone into a bracket and had to leave early because I've had to have dinner or anything like that. Something's popped up is it's too many to count.
Yeah, when I am running or streaming a big bracket, I usually do make sure that I have like a plan for when I'm gonna get like food and stuff and just like how I'm gonna take care of myself. Thankfully, being production, especially with replays, you can like it's a little bit more risky when there's no replays, but at least this game is slower. In Rivals 1, I'll usually look at the replay, and if the game's more than 2 minutes, I'm like, okay, I can go do something real quick. That's probably enough time, but if it's randomly, sometimes it'll be like, 50-second game. I guess we just gotta let this one play out real quick. Don't know if we're gonna see a lot of 50-second games in Rivals 2, but we'll be hyped if it ever happens, I guess.
Yeah, of course. Especially maybe not online, obviously.
Yeah.
No matter how good your connection is, there's still going to be even just some milliseconds of delay or slowdown. But that aside, we should be moving quite quickly onto Elax versus Yukon for Losers Finals for the chance to fight them.
Should be we are seeing the fleet here. That'd be pretty cool, but I don't know. There was it was hard to guess with Maylax. There's been like 3 different characters in what is decently sized bracket, but not a super big one. Elite Rono.
Both characters with projectiles, with very good separately, obviously. The dice for fleet and the poison run both lead to very good follow-up situations. So we go to Godai Delta for the first game. Nalax on their...
Oh,
Oh.
never mind.
Hey, I guess we don't...
Looks like Nalax does want the fleet at least, but yeah.
Oh, Yukon had control issues. It happens.
Yeah.
But regardless, Yukon should be quite quick to fix their controls. But yeah, we are seeing Nalax fleet by the looks of it. So that's definitely going to be an interesting matchup. Obviously, these matchups, including fleet Oxidon, are still quite early, so it's hard to decide what is definitively their good or bad matchups.
Sure. I can't think of anything these characters have that would feel particularly invalidating, at least. They are fairly different characters, but also relatively well-rounded examples of the archetypes they're trying to fill.
Yeah, but
With Rana being able to have good long-range presence with needles, and Fleet having, I wouldn't say the best scrapping moves, but grab is a cornerstone of her combo game plan, and it's the easiest way for her to get the sticky bombs up.
yeah, and obviously side B is a very good as well. It's constant pressure even if it's not hitting. Because
Right.
as soon as you see Fleet bring that out, you have to be careful with approaching. But obviously if you can get a hit in, it completely validates them for that turn.
Yeah, it's not too hard to break, but it's very active and leads for some fairly reliable combos if they do get trapped in there, which I think is the big thing. That there is some potential for very high reward with side B.
Yeah, especially if the opponent is already marked by a stamina arrow.
Mm-hmm.
But regardless, it is pretty even right now. Hukon going for that upstrong there, bringing Nalax pretty high to the blast zone. Yeah, both these characters at dangerous percents right now.
Barely just getting that one hit there with the Nito. Not doing as much as Nalax probably would have liked it to.
Oh. Yeah, Hukon taking that time just to charge up their needles. Nalax find themselves in a pretty dangerous position, but is quite quick to reverse it, taking Hukon off stage. It is tense right now. Both characters nearing 200% as Hukon just lets the up strong rip, and Nalax takes it back in return.
Yeah, those random up strong is certainly not something Rano is a stranger to doing, but Yukon's definitely not being afraid to let those rip tonight.
Plus, Mathias just putting 1% down. He sets up a side B off the stage, but also gets knocked back a pretty decent amount.
For sure. Oh boy. Here, coming out, but who gone off stage, but not really able to capitalize off of it very well. Only a weird situation. I'm not sure what Nalax is trying to go for with that ledge trap. Sometimes you just get a little indecisive, I guess.
Yeah.
I've been there.
Still, something I've noticed with a lot of players is the switch to parry being a macro is changing things up for, obviously the timing is a little off in early stages of learning the game.
Yeah, I've gotten to a point where I sometimes remember to like use my macro, like be able to, you know, use both the macro and the shield plus special version of the input. But ooh,
Very good
huge,
upstream.
yeah, huge follow up.
Still, where I use GameCube controller and I use the exact same control scheme as Rivals of Aether, I don't have the macros set up, so I just do the 2-button inputs.
Gotcha. Yeah, I have the controller space to thankfully have parry on its own button, but even then, it takes a bit of adjustment to get used to, and then if you're locked in shield, it's still really good to be able to use shield plus special to break out of certain certain types of shield pressure.
That tornado parry, that wind cutter parry, could have taken the game for Hukon.
Potentially, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I see Hukon. I see a random strong in Hukon's future.
Honestly, yeah, I do too.
There it
It's
is.
enough strong, not gonna kill the sour spot. It's feels like the non-tipper hit in this game is a lot weaker compared to Rivals 1. That might just be a top blasting thing because there you go, you get that tipper just instantly dying.
Yeah.
No shot you can live that.
Yeah. Game 1 goes to Hukon. And something I would like to bring up about this game is I hope that if you go to Rivals 2's either Kickstarter page or Steam page, you'll see actual move names for the first 4 characters. I hope we do find out the actual special names for like Loxodon and obviously
Cool.
Clarence neutral special, because as fun as it is to call it Tornado, Forward Strong is Wind Cutter, so and neutral special is Jump Wind, so regardless, we go to Jules Fair game 2. Home stage advantage for Fleet, I would like to say.
I really, probably, Hukon was probably too high there. I was kind of hoping I could see some kind of uppy finisher there from Nalax. That's something I've seen a lot of the best fleets do, is combo into their uppy. Way stronger than you would expect.
Oh, a very good spike that Nalax is fighting their way back on stage. Misses with the ledge special. But something I've been really enjoying seeing from Fleets is them using their wind cutter for mobility because of how it interacts with the float.
Yeah, for sure. It's been, that's honestly been the thing that surprised me a lot with Fleet, is that she has surprisingly good mobility options if you're willing to put in the time to learn them. They're not straightforward in the slightest, so it takes a lot of practice, but incredibly flashy once you nail it.
Yeah, she also has a pretty unique float in the fact that it isn't just a straight line like Palms or some of the Smash characters. It falls down after a very quick amount of time.
Yeah, the devs usually refer to it as a slow fall, which is
Yeah.
kind of like, you know, meant to be a little distinct from a traditional, like, float that maintains all of your height. And, ooh,
Very good down strong from Hukon is going to take Napal's down to that last stock already. Oh, and they are not stopping there. Just
Yeah, that was a
relentless with the offstage interaction there.
just fair after fair after fair. Yukon wants every single one of them he can get right now. Hoping to just
An unfortunate trade is going to mean an edge hug is going to take us to last stock, but it may not last much longer as we see Yukon is not slowing down. Goes for the random down strong rather than up strong this time. But there's the up strong.
seen Nair come out, putting Neelax off stage, but Yukon's had a hard time finding the actual opening for this kill so far. Yeah, getting sent all the way that high up, but you know, Super Jump doesn't go quite high enough to catch a lot of those, like just barely making it, just barely living off the top.
Yukon has definitely put some time at least into original Rano with all these just run up strongs coming out.
Hell yeah.
I mean, some
Oh.
things, they never change. Okay, we now go to game 3. Taken to Fire Capital.
An interesting choice. Is going to help Neelax slow down the game a little bit. Potentially make some of these random upstrongs be a little less scary to deal with, but time will tell if this ends up being effective, because these fairs are still coming out in full force. Yukon is not afraid to just let him rip.
Yeah, and obviously Fleet being a zoner needs her space, especially more compared to Rana, who only has the one projectile. Fleet's whole shtick is projectiles, so she really needs a stage like this. Hukon's looking to catch Neelax, but at the same time the situation gets reversed quite quickly, and Neelax takes Hukon top blasting.
Oh, but barely getting hit by that air. I just have to let Neelax lane uncontested because of the Suki Bomb. Alright. Very even game right now. 2 stocks apiece. Little bits of damage being traded on both sides, but nothing too crazy. Here you go, Hukon not able to get the fair that time, but still going for it. Just kind of become like I think the core of what his game plan is right now is just get Neelax off stage and then keep him there as much as possible. Obviously a tried and true game plan in this genre. I didn't see what get-up option Neelax went for, but I'm really surprised that that down strong actually hit like that.
Yeah. Some things might not change, but obviously that kind of did.
Ooh.
Okay, Hukon not looking in a great position now, but still manages to make his way back on stage. Tries for the run-up upstrung, but of course having to make more space up, it just falls short. Off stage right now. That back air really showing the force pad knowledge there.
Yeah, that's exactly what we're doing as Fleet. That back air is still incredibly strong for the character. Only a cornerstone of her kit in a lot of ways. Neelax trying to maintain this lead right now, but isn't able to survive very long. Hukon just 5% extra credit. Basically nothing.
Yeah. This could be Hukon's game too. So Neelax has to be very careful if they want to find themselves back on winner's side.
Yeah. Yeah, this could potentially be the tournament stock here for Nalax, which is always going to make those nerves just feel a little bit more on edge.
Yeah, and that is... I feel in this situation, the nerves definitely go more towards finals, like, loser, more than it does to loser's side challenger.
I agree, yeah. That said, I will say Nalax has had some insane clutch plays throughout this bracket. And right now, managing to get the percent higher on Wukong. There it is, that's probably going to be it.
Oh,
The
that was
mine.
very nice. Using that down air to bounce them up and then just 2 up strongs into the tornado pot to take game 3, potentially bringing this back for Nalax.
Insane. Yeah, it can be hard to apply that sticky bomb sometimes, but when it comes in clutch, it really comes in clutch. So, here we go.
I believe an extra part of the nerves comes with 3rd place being obviously the first position to have a payout in this bracket. But you don't want to settle for the lowest payout, you want as much as you can take.
That's honestly fair. Me personally, like if I get to pay out, I'm just like, alright, you know what? Cool. That said, ooh boy.
Yeah. Again, you can contribute to the prize pool if you'd like to by typing exclamation mark Matrina into chat. So that's MATCHERI. But regardless, Wukong taking up this early percentage. Not looking good for the run at this very moment.
Coming out here, but the combo didn't really lean into any kind of bigger edge guard. I honestly feel like we haven't seen too many crazy edge guards on either side in a little while. Wukong really struggled to get those going last game.
I think it's where both characters have such almost safe recoveries, and Fleet also has just a very linear edge guarding.
Fair, yeah. Pretty linear, but also relatively safe. Like, it's hard to contest what Fleet does, where I think Rano can be contested a little bit more easily, but is likely to get high reward for that more often.
Very good shield from Nalax that narrowly missing that up strong as Wukong loses that first stock. This is looking to be a bit of a comeback from Nalax as they are going blow for blow this game.
Yeah.
With the grab. Okay, clearly Wukong heard what I said earlier and is being very aggressive right now.
Yeah. Oh boy. Yeah, be careful about that, sticky bombs. Making it hard to maneuver around Nalax at times.
Okay. Side B just barely connecting to Wukong there. Nalax has been really good with these wind cutters recently. So it still feels weird using its action. But I'm trying to this is cool. Anyways, yeah, it's pretty dang even this game. As Nalax looks to close off this stock, tries with the ledge special there. Back air, and that is pretty safely going to kill.
And it is. Now we don't have any stamina for Nalax. Never mind, it's gonna be stamina now because of the stock loss, but we also lost a stock. That's unfortunate in its own way.
Yeah. Again, back to a potential lost stock scenario. Hukon needs to show that aggression as much as possible if they want to win as finals.
Yeah. And if you get another one of those clutch edge guards like in the earlier games, then oop, and here's the Bears coming out full force again. What happened?
The Upstrong landed on Nalax's shield, pushing them off the stage,
Oh.
and obviously bringing them pretty low against the edge. Okay, that could have looked pretty bad for Hukon with that tornado, but they managed to shield just in time. It is pretty dang even right now. Nalax with the grab, just throwing out these up airs. The Upstrong with tornado. Hukon manages to tag the tornado against the wall. Tries for down strong, down B, side B. Just throwing out back airs again, showing that full spun spirit.
Lots of kill moves coming out from Nalax, who kind of has to be a little more careful about that, not having
strong.
Nalax.
We've seen this before, Hukon may close this out any second now. At the same time, Nalax has him off stage. This is a very tense last stock. Up air.
It is hard to say. I mean, if you get like a classic down tilt upstrong going or something, that'll be great for Hukon, but if not, Nalax is building up a lot of ways to kill with straight hits just like that down strong.
Yeah, I thought when they missed that neutral air after Hukon's up B, that it could have been game for Hukon, but Nalax manages to take it back.
Oh, the question now is, Hukon's got one more chance to counterpick here and salvage the set. What is he going to go with? Merchant didn't really work out. But we're gonna try it one more time. It was close, at least.
Taking the gentleman back to Merchant.
So let's see here. Getting a bit of a tech chase. Ooh, the tongue instead of the normal grab. That was probably not. Probably banking on a tech out there instead of a tech in place. Right now, both players scrapping quite a bit. That's gonna be a parry, but no punish from Nalax. Messes up the dare.
Yeah.
Not what you want to see.
This is again another close game with Nalax finding themselves top blast zone, but manages to get back down to the ground very nicely.
Hukon really trying to control that ledge at the back air, gonna kill at 127 after the hit. It's actually kind of early compared to what we've seen so far. But that said,
Oh,
that
a very nice down strong.
Yeah, phenomenal conversion there, calling out the lack of DI.
Yeah, I could almost see Hukon just begging the game to let him put a input in, but the recovery just was too long, and Nalax definitely lands that down strong. Okay, Hukon just throwing out all these moves very nicely. Needles. And
He tries to throw these high side Bs, covering any potential jumps from Hukon, though to be honest, like Ron, I guess Hukon is jumping quite a bit, as is. Ana's definitely not a character that wants to be jumping too often due to that airspeed.
Yeah, especially with such a projectile-heavy character like Fleet.
Mm-hmm.
And that upstrung alone is definitely a deterrent, being above her. But still, Nalax last stock of the set, potentially the turning. Alright, this is the last stock of Losers Finals.
The last stock of someone's tournament right now. They're both fighting for their lives out here. And
First time seeing this exact situation. Both the last 3 games all coming down to this start.
when the tongue coming out, gonna hit, gonna get some damage. Nalax really gotta respond soon before things get too out of hand. Great pummel break there from Husan. Exactly what you're gonna see in these tight situations, just all those little things to make it so that Nalax can't get anything started.
Yeah, of course. And Alex is definitely seeming to be a bit more methodical with their moves. Playing things a little more slowly, a little less aggressively, as they do have the higher percentage right now. But Hukon is just unrelenting as always. Things aren't looking good for Nalax right now, off stage and at 100 rising.
Upstrong gonna push him off
Oh,
the
yeah.
path.
So many Upstrongs.
Yeah.
Really showing off that arcane spirit as well. Of course, it is a Rano thing to do, but hey, it works with arcane as well, so things not looking good for Nalax. Hukon is looking for a strong. There. So whenever Hukon stands still and their opponent's above them in the air, means they're looking for a strong, they could find the right one as Nalax takes losers finals to bring themselves back to Bleb.
Yeah, despite, looking out for this strong so hard, ultimately it was his opponent Nalax that was able to find the strong first and make that set a pretty crazy reverse 3-0. Like, all those games were down to the wire pretty much.
Yeah, especially those last 3 games. They both were just playing out of their mind, really. Especially in those final stocks. It was definitely very, very fun to watch. But regardless, that is the end of Hukon's run, as he will be, at the moment at least, going home with about $8, as we do have a $50 prize pool. So, yeah, that's a nice little, I guess, bonus for the end of the week. But if you would like to give Hukon, Mikhail, Nelax, and Bleb some money, feel free to do so. Again, exclamation point Matcherino will take you to the page where you contribute to the prize pool. It will also allow you to view bracket, which you can already do in chat, but bottom line, if you want to help these players out, again, exclamation point Matcherino chat. And as I said earlier, the end of this season of Battle for the Damned is going to be ending with Raven's Revenge on the 1st of July at 9 PM CST. So if you want to take part in that, sign-ups are available if you type exclamation Battle Damned in the chat. Obviously there will most likely be a stream as well. So if you don't participate, you can still watch, still take part when that goes down. So going to finals. Oh, I do believe there's been a patch released as we've been going through this tourney.
Really? Oh
Yeah.
boy. Yeah,
it's
there
probably it's probably back-end stuff. I've noticed people. Yeah. C++, runtime, VFX fixes for Zetaburn and Rhino both screens. If you have been paying attention, you would have seen Zetaburn didn't have fire in his hand for his victory. Same with Rhino not having some poison splashes and just a few pieces. So nothing that's going to obviously change the tide of this bracket.
Gotcha. Makes sense.
I mean, you get a update an hour or two into beta, it's not gonna much. It's most likely just gonna be back end of bug fixes. But still, this is a very cool run both of these players. As we see Bleb starting off against Cads, going to fighting Hukon earlier, and then running to Nalax, whereas Nalax went into Fire IC 1-2 after being station, and then went Frio against Vapron, and obviously lost to Bled earlier, but hopefully they can take it all back and might be able to see a reset.
We will see. Blab's been looking incredibly strong in this tournament. But, you know, even with beating, honestly, both, like, you know, knocking both those players into losers, like you mentioned earlier, Nalax is coming here with a fire after that reverse 3-0, so not going to be an easy win for sure.
Yeah, definitely. And obviously, Nalax has come fresh off the game, whereas Bled hasn't played a bracket for at least 20 minutes, I want to say. Yeah, Bleb hasn't been playing for the past actually 5 minutes. It felt like longer.
Yeah, right?
Platform fighters are pretty quick games, and honestly, the time gets lost, I suppose.
I don't know, they definitely run longer than most, like, other kinds of fighting games. Though, I will say, you know, those games right there were, incredibly brutal, like, all of them down to the wire, all of them forcing both sides to kind of slow down and think a little bit.
Should be to set quite quickly. Both players have got picks and their characters. They are sticking with the ones we are seeing on screen. So we're not seeing Nalax switch to Loxodon or Zetaburn like last time we faced off against Bled. So we'll have to see if this is going to be the right call if it should have stayed with me last time. Players are just going through the bands right now and they are ready to play. So let's see how these finals go.
Yeah, we'll see. Just waiting for things to. Oh, there we go. Godai Delta for game number 1. Once again, coming a bit of a staple, at least of this tournament. But
Yeah, it's funny that the I guess the stage with the same aesthetic as Gates now having I guess the layout of forest floor kind of well it's Pokemon
smaller
Stadium.
forest floor.
Yeah, it's Pokemon Stadium. I'm not gonna beat around the bush. This isn't a major. I don't have to be coy about talking about other games. But yeah, it's real interesting to see how I guess the stage economy changes with this game. But Still, Nalax already taking a bit of a beating from Bleb here, 105%, while Bleb is only at 23.
You mentioned, I do feel like we're seeing a lot of these more like traditional like stages that would be like starters or more general stages in Rivals 1 effects. We've seen a little bit of Aether Fires. I don't think we've seen any of Tempest. There was one game that was random to what was it? Hyperborean Harbor.
Yeah, I mean,
And honestly, like, I felt it myself, where, like, when I compete in this game, like, when I'm playing friendlies, I don't care, obviously, or I don't care that much, at least, but when I'm competing, I'm, you know, not being used to the engine means that I'm way more prone to wanting to pick these more comfort stages, like Godai Delta, like Merchant Court, like, not even really Hodojo, because I'm not as confident in my movement, but you know what I mean.
yeah. I mean, it's also the fact that Tempest Peak, obviously not a popular stage in Rivals 1. It's definitely a bit more improved than the layout of the first game when it comes to what people think of it. Well, a very good special break there from Nalax, but still, back to my point, as much as I feel people do like Tempest Peak a bit more in this game, it's still not getting picked just because I guess of the stigma from Rivals 1.
Yeah, I don't know, the layout's pretty similar to Treetop, which is really popular, just with the moving platforms now.
Obviously, Hyperborean Harbor, not popular.
Yeah, that stage
mean,
is,
it's definitely more of a casual stage.
That one's pretty silly. Yeah, lots of Merchant, lots of Godai Delta, and lots of Jules Vale has been like the kind of story of the Stage Pixels tournament, and I honestly get it. I'm kind of the same way when I've competed in this game.
Yeah. And I mean, it's something that I guess Smash definitely started when it comes to these like comfort layouts. Obviously,
True.
Battlefield, Final Destination, Smashville, Pokemon Stadium. All of these stages that have been in, I guess, the esports limelight since Melee. So it's if you're playing a platform fighter, it is almost for certain you're going to see stages with layouts like these. But
Yeah,
back
definitely.
to the game at hand. Nalax losing that last stock, on their last stock now, while Bled sits happily with 2 stocks.
Yeah, just a little bit of carelessness. An Evil Uppercut, you know, it doesn't always feel super strong, but it does pack quite a punch, quite literally. So you gotta be mindful of it at ledge, you know, just in case Evil pops up behind it. And with that, a lot of damage coming out from Bleb as well. 65% extra credit already, and Bleb hanging onto the stock very well. That down strong's not gonna do it.
Tries for something with that tether, but does not find its mark, as Nalax definitely tries to find fleets with that up strong earlier. Tries for a down strong there, whisk entirely. Again, this is a very fast game, so it is down to not only your own reaction speed, but how fast the characters themselves can react. Oh, that up air, narrowly meaning that Bleb does not get hit by the wind cutter. Oh, a very nice interaction there, as Bleb takes game 1 of Grand Finals.
Yeah, that was a really bold use of Tether, but it paid off beautifully. Bleb, you know, really strong game 1. Like I mentioned earlier, I feel like a lot of these games in this bracket have consistently been last stock. Not all of them, of course, but a lot of them.
Yeah.
So, you know, starting off the set with E2 stock like that, I mean, it's really not that impressive in the grand scheme of things, but in the context of this bracket, that definitely is a good look for Blab, I would say.
Of course. Still, we move on to game 2. As Bleb that picks the definitely safest bands of Hyperborean Harbor and Aero Mode and go to Tempest Peak for game 2.
How things pan out here. Funny how we're just talking about, like, I haven't seen this all bracket, and then they're like, oh, here you go. Enjoy. But I'm certainly not complaining. I actually think the stage is really fun in this game,
Mm.
personally.
I mean, yeah, as you said earlier, this is basically just Rivals One Forest, treetop. So it definitely makes sense. Obviously, it does have these moving platforms rather than the stationary ones of Treetop Lodge, but
Yeah, and it's
still.
interesting because like I feel like symmetry is one of the most like it's a trait that's shared in almost every single plat fighter as far as legal stages go. Like symmetry is usually seen as a really important thing, and while the stage is still asymmetric, it kind of like balances that asymmetry by like trading which side's which kind of weirdly enough makes it feel symmetric in its own way.
Yeah, and it feels different to, I guess, Ethereum Gate's moving platforms in the fact that these platforms stay still for quite a long time. Still, that down air probably helped Bleb out. That up B was not enough to get back to ledge, but teching the down air made it so they could do another up special.
Yeah, I feel like wall attacks are definitely a little bit messier in this game at times. I know there's some weird dynamic with like, or some weird mechanic with inputting wall attacks. But, with there being walls on still every stage except for Aramata, which funnily enough we also haven't seen yet, you definitely are going to see a lot more situations like that where going off and hitting the opponent does save them. So you still have to be really mindful of that, just like you do in Rivals 1.
Of course.
See, the downstrongs are not hitting right now. Bleb hanging on to the stock 70% and getting some up airs going.
He goes for the forward air off of Tether. An interesting choice at this percentage, but it's a choice nonetheless. It added percentage, and Nalax isn't looking in the best position right now, so still may yet pay off. Goes for the up B and just
Kill.
narrowly kills. Okay.
Yeah, I am actually really surprised by that. Definitely a good confirm, bear uppercuts, a bit of a classic for Maple. But Fleet back air are going to come in and equalize things right away. We are 0-0 on our last stock.
Yeah, definitely. And yeah, as we see, last stock, this is looking to be a Bleb game once again. I mean, no percent on this last stock just yet. Nalax having to find just any stray hit to turn the tides, but it may not be possible with how aggressive Bleb is being.
Oh no. Okay.
No, the other B's hitbox is definitely going to knock Bleb off of the edge. Didn't have the invulnerability anymore, so ledge hogging was not a choice there.
Yeah.
Okay, Nalax slowly turning this around and gets the kill, I guess.
Wow.
Yeah, game 2 going to Nalax there. Very
Yeah,
good
I don't
play.
know. Wasn't really ready for that one, honestly. But
No, I mean,
Nalax
yeah,
doing a great job.
yeah, I was just singing Bleb's praises as that was happening. And then Nalax just gets that pretty early kill there. So okay, we move on to game 3. Same bands, so it's up to Bleb what stage he wants. Okay, we go to Julesvale for game 3.
Got another classic coming in here. This one, though, I definitely understand. Lots of Maples do like the stage quite a bit from the first game. Very creative ways you can use Lily with the moving platform.
Yeah, of course. And obviously, as I said earlier, I mean, technically this is a home stage advantage. If you want to argue semantics, semantics with obviously Fleet, but that has nothing to do with actual gameplay, so still, Bleb finding a very good use of that tether to get safely back on stage.
Hanging on right now. The player too bad of a spot though. Bleb definitely falling behind a little in these percents. I say that, but we're seeing some more stray hits come through. Ooh, never mind. Speaking of stray hits,
Yeah, a very good stray hit, I suppose, from Nalax there. Taking Bleb's first stock, but they return it in kind, evening it out 2-2 stocks each. This is a very back and forth set, just blow for blow. Nalax definitely starting to pick up the pace and adapt. And obviously they had 2 whole sets for coming here, whereas Bleb had to wait through that time. Looking for something here. Well, both players just looking for anything to get each other to the dangerous percentages. I mean, Nalax has that tether on them, so if Bleb just finds one way to get Nalax above them,
yeah, for sure.
Oh, well, the tether is gone now, so
Never mind.
I'm not gonna. I'm just not gonna say anything, I guess.
Well, now the whole focus is
There it is.
going to die to that F-Strong, and now trying to just take this stock and make the game even again.
Okay, down throw. I definitely see the maple down throw being quite cheesy, especially in the future. Like, being able just to throw someone to the bottom blast zone is a very strong tool to have.
Yeah, I've definitely been trying to experiment with that a bit, see if I can use that for any cheeky setups near the ledge, but Maple also isn't the only character that has that, because I know Raster back there works the same way. And I feel like with Raster that's even scarier, because Raster can afford to go deep like that. Oh boy.
Yeah, and obviously Raster's special pummel gives them even more leeway to do so.
Oh boy.
Still, last stock.
Yeah, again, Bleb's still behind in percents, but doing a really good job closing this gap right now. The question is, you know, I feel like it's a little harder for Meeple to get these, like, random kills out of nowhere compared to Fleet, who also isn't really that good at that, but we've seen Nalax do a phenomenal job with, like, landing these strong attacks at close range.
Yeah, of course, but we're also seeing Bleb make very good use of their toolkit to keep Nalax going off stage. But at the same time, obviously, Nalax using Cutter just to keep Bleb at bay.
Up there, not going to connect properly.
Okay, goes for the forward air, does not connect.
That was a really good, like, instant up air there. Being able to stop Nalax from getting the free down air. Which probably would have won the game,
Yeah.
to be honest.
He parries
Ooh.
it. Oh, a very, very nice parry from Bleb is going to give them game 3 as we find Bleb on bracket point.
Yeah, that was incredible right there. We haven't seen too many people parrying the Blink side B, but right there,
Oh.
literally salvages the game for Bleb. And likewise, I honestly feel like we haven't seen Nalax do too many combos out of it. It's definitely been an awkward thing for a lot of fleets to learn, I think.
Yeah. And I guess that little moment there was someone muscle memorying to random there.
Maybe, yeah.
Without going to the bands. Believe Bleb needs to pick their stage bands. Okay, Nalax is going to choose Fire Capital for game 4. Again, potentially last game of the tourney. But only if Nalax slows down. They need to be as aggressive as possible in these next 2 games. Otherwise, Bleb is going to run home with the win.
Yeah.
Okay. Uses the jab combo to get the tornado and manages to profit off of it pretty well, getting a very nice amount of percent on Bleb. Okay. Yeah, Nalax just keeping Bleb at bay with all these projectiles.
Yeah, Bleb playing very slow and steady right now, trying to be cautious about what these approaches are, but even with that, still getting caught out here and getting down strong first doubles. Not quite gonna kill, but coming very close, like that probably would have on most other stages.
Yeah. But as we all know, Fire Capital is a very big stage, especially when it comes to stage itself and top blast zones. Okay, Bleb at a very high percent and coming off the stage for a moment. It's only a matter of time until we see this first stock go away.
Yeah. Ooh.
A runoff up, that doesn't seem to be what Bleb was intending to do. But regardless, they're gonna find the classic down tilt up B to take the first stop.
For sure, just letting it rip with the up B. And some nice extra cut here for Blab.
Oh, not looking good for Nalax.
Yep.
Oh,
Ooh.
narrowly misses the lead chog. That could have been very bad.
Okay. I haven't seen too many people make really meaningful uses of Terry, and that wasn't anything too crazy, but I think Bleb just got like 10 to 20% from just throwing seed at Terry.
Yeah, it's easy to forget that you can have Terry attack again just by throwing seeds.
I totally forgot that was a thing. I only knew about the tether aspect, which is like usable, but definitely a little bit on the niche side.
Yeah,
Gotta
I
go for
only
some
ever
crazy
see
plays.
the first attack Terry does when you bring them out. Ooh, a very nice wall jump forward air there. Again, mistimes the ledge hog. It's a bit more difficult to ledge hog against with Fleet because their timing can change and the angle can change.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I think in general, ledge hogging in this game tends to be pretty difficult, which I'm honestly a fan of. I think it's something you should have to, you know, be able to recognize, like, when the more specific situations for it can crop up and that kind of stuff. But right now, Bleb looking for a way to just chill out the stock and maintain the really solid lead he has right now.
Very nice pummel break. And Relax is on their last stock. And it's not looking as close as the last couple times we've been in this situation. This could be the last game of this one. But only if we see Nalax slow down. Only if we see Bleb just continue to take it away from.
And Nair, lots of damage in this fair is gonna put Nalax in a really uncomfortable spot.
70%, like shared percent of the stock is a scary place to be if
And the FB is gonna make it back. Oh geez,
Those-
that.
Yeah, it's right down there, but it's broken by the from. Gets the parry, but still Nalax manages to what looked to be a tech roll, so they don't get the brunt of it.
Oh, the down strong didn't quite work
Oh,
out,
yeah.
but that.
Another forward air with a very good tech from Nalax there. It
Yeah.
took back a bit, so they were able to find themselves against the wall. A very good parry on Lily to avoid any further hits from Bleb. a very good ledge hog. Still, 151% on last stock situation is terrifying.
You won't-
Oh,
No.
without that air dodge, I could have just
No
been at that one.
way.
Masterful play from Nalax there. Just taking advantage of Bleb slowing down. Just to
Yeah.
find themselves both off stage. The second down air might have missed from the air dodge, but that up B took Maple at such an angle, just could not recover.
So
So
things
we
are
are,
definitely going down to the wire right now.
yeah, we are potentially seeing a reset. I mean, last game of grand finals, it could be another 3 or 5. Still, I believe both players are assuming same bands, but will they pick?
Potentially, yeah.
Yep, same bands. Neither player are wanting to go Air Armada or Hyperborean Harbor, so I mean, the characters they're playing, that is fair.
Yeah, I think those are the only. Well, we've seen Hyper Warrior, so I think Aramata is the only game that hasn't actually had a game played on it yet.
Still, game 5 of grand finals. Where are we going, boys? Where are you taking us? Okay.
Well, they're definitely deliberating on this pick a little bit.
Yeah, as we go to Go Dojo for the fight game of the set, potentially the bracket.
Alright. This should be interesting, because again, we haven't seen Nalax do any super crazy fleet movements, so a lot of the benefit from these triplats are likely going to be felt more so by Bleb, which obviously it's his kind of pick, that's what you want to see.
Yeah, of course. And
But
having these platforms with Nalax's leads moveset is very nice, especially against a character like Maple, who definitely relies on your opponent being on the same level as you, with Lily, with grabs, with all of these very horizontal options. Goes for a forward air there. We have yet to see the elusive double dunk from a Maple in this, but you never know. Left
Yeah.
might just be crazy and tries to throw Nalax into Lily, but the percentage is too high, and the opponent.
Gear. Hashtag coming in, and the
Okay.
Tether Flare not quite enough to kill. And again, it's been really hard for Bleb to get anything off of these ledge traps.
To be fair, Fleet is one of those characters where that just isn't kill until purple percent. So
Tricky, for sure. It happens here and there, but you definitely have to take some really big, like, you have to make massive callouts.
yeah,
So,
regardless, it's equal stock scenario. But Nalax at a tiny bit of disadvantage here. Okay. Just bringing Nalax up and around. The parry, but it was a jab, so Nalax was able to act out of it. I am so glad that's still. Like, if you if you were inactionable after getting parried on a jab, it would just be like parry would be so much more terrifying.
Yeah.
Ooh, a very good up B there. Knocking Bleb away safely.
Be here.
Too early to parry side B.
Yeah, just using that the get up attack to get some extra damage on, and the up air is going to Galaxy once again. Nalax, potential tournament life here. Been in this situation many times recently though, so certainly no stranger to that feeling.
Yeah, especially with how well they played last game. I have no doubt that this is not over yet. Okay. Both players just looking for something right now. Bleb, the other Eldred's forward area. Tries for another forward air.
Yeah, going for a lot of them wants to just end this tournament as soon as possible.
Yeah,
and as fast.
Not looking great for Nalax right now. Bleb is being very aggressive. The forward air is going to take it as Bleb Lemnik takes Battle for the Dan Rivals A. Well,
Yeah.
Rivals A.
Will be that Maple, clearly proven overpowered character, and nerf again. But in all seriousness, good stuff to Bleb. That was really well played, especially, you know, playing a character that is so different from what he's known for in Rivals 1. Like, obviously, both have pretty high ground speed, but outside of that, it's a whole different ballgame playing Maple compared to Adelas.
Yeah, of course. I mean, both characters do have quite oppressive forward airs, both for different reasons. But yeah, Maple definitely seems at the moment the right pick for Bleb. At least until we get the next few characters. Obviously, next week we get to find out who won the workshop contest. So that's very exciting.
We do.
Yeah, next beta gets an additional character, so that's also going to be exciting. Especially for the prospect of brackets and tourneys. It's definitely very fun to watch.
Yeah.
But still, I mean, Bleb goes home $25, and Alex goes with $16.66.
Incredible.
Yeah, this was a very strong tourney. Very volatile, as we said earlier. I mean, a lot of just straight wins. But yeah, Bleb then takes the tourney. And that's going to be the penultimate tournament for this season of Battle for Dan. As I said earlier, we'll be ending it off with the Neo Geo Classic Breaker's Revenge on a 5 page set on screen. So European and Maghreb regional tournament. It'll be taking place on the 7th, the 1st and 7th. So this is Sunday. If you'd like to sign up, or if you'd like to catch the stream, type exclamation Battle Dan chat information. As I said, that would be the final tournament this season. So definitely check it out, even if you haven't heard of Breaker's Revenge, or you aren't too much of a fan of traditional classes. Still, check it out. It's a very cool event. And then Season 4, Episode 16, Rivals 2 bracket. I hope you all enjoyed. It's been definitely fun and fun being here. Thank you all for joining. Thank you to Mathias for not only commentating, but TOing and running this stream, which sounds like a nightmare, especially with some of the, I guess, complications we've had. Thank you to CyberHex, obviously, for commentating as well. I'm not going to thank myself, so that's redundant. And obviously, thanks to all the players for taking part. You all did really well. So, any words from you, Cyber?
So I'll be running a Rivals 2 bracket in North America tomorrow, the Rivals Varsity Tryouts. So, if you're around, obviously I assume most viewers for this are going to be European, but if you're around in the evening, check me out on Twitch, CyberHex Maniac. I'll be streaming as much of that bracket as I can. I'm hoping to do a little mini league throughout these beta weekends to help hype up the release a little bit and get like a really cool bracket going for when the game comes out. Other than that, not too much. Just excited to see how things pan out for the rest of this weekend. Because I know there's a lot of other exciting brackets happening.
As for my end, I'm not affiliated, but next month definitely. In August, definitely check out Regen 2024. Of course, Team Regen very Smash Ultimate based, but they have side brackets, including a Rivals 2 bracket. Obviously, that's going to be the beta with the additional character, and it's pretty stacked. A lot of Smash players, obviously, a lot of names you'll recognize, me included, are going to be taking part. I'm most likely going to be commentating if possible, but it also is a very cool event. Again, Smash Ultimate, Smash Melee. There's I think Mario Kart 8 bracket, but that aside, that's all the time I have.
I'll just jump in real quick as well while we are here. If you are around in France as well at the end of August, Rivals 2 will be playable, and we'll have its tourney at Les Vaux Bordelais, which is a fighting game national, we'll say, in Bordeaux in France, which will be happening on the last weekend of June. No, not last weekend of June. Last weekend of August, sorry. And it's gonna be a good fun time. There'll also be like Fix Me Steve, who's working on the netcode of the game, and who's also a big fan of Guilty Gear Accent Code Plus R, who also worked on the netcode of that game. So yeah, it's gonna be a fun time.
Yeah, it definitely sounds really fun. I guess one last thing, if you are interested in not only supporting Aether Studios, but also getting your hands on Rivals 2 and you haven't yet, obviously check out the Kickstarter. This is such a cool, fun, and beautiful project made purely out of love. And if you still want the Rivals 2 beta, you are able to make a late pledge to get access to the next beta. Be sure. I'm pretty sure it's still.
Yeah, you can still get the $50 tier, just without the physical rewards.
Yeah,
okay, that's good.
Yeah, you can still get digital, I think, Aetherian Hero, which will get you beta access, early access skins. You won't be able to get the early bird skin, and that was with original Kickstarter run. But yeah, that should be everything. I want to thank you all again for joining us, whether it be in the live chat or if it is in bracket. Yeah, I think coming, I hope you had a great time, and I guess with all that, just